Meeting of the Dunedin City Council. Thank you everyone for attending, and welcome to those in the public section as well. I'd now like to welcome the Reverend Margaret Garland, Minister for the Knox Presbyterian Church, who will open the meeting with a prayer.
Kia ora, and thank you for the invitation. Prayer is a time to give space for hope and wisdom to emerge, for reflection and discernment that can weave a future, for each to be aware of their strengths and their frailties in the purpose they are called to. I pray to a God I know and invite you to hear these words of prayer in whatever context might work for you. We pray. Loving God, we bring before you the newly elected Council of Dunedin City. As we give welcome to all who now sit around this table, we also give thanks for those who have served the city over the last years. We give thanks for this time of new beginnings, remembering and building on the work and the commitment of those who have sat at this table before. We give thanks for those in new roles, especially for Sophie, our Mayor, and all that she brings to this table and this city. As the work of the Council begins for this triennium, we pray that discussion will be fruitful and respectful, decision-making anchored in care for the city and all its people, that vision will be discerned and shared and worked for, that the processes of government will always be guided by a heart for the well-being of the city and all of its people. Abundant God, bless this meeting today, these people and this city. Guide each in wisdom and hope for the now and for the future, and gift all of us the ability and desire to be the best we can be for the good of the world. In Jesus' name, Amen.
Right, we shall move on to public forum. We have 4 speakers for the public forum. I would like to welcome Liam White, President of OUSA via Zoom. Kia ora, Liam. We have 5 minutes that you will be able to speak in, and then we have 5 minutes for questions. So please go ahead.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Otago University Students Association regarding the proposed review of the Albany Street Cycleway. I'd like to add up front that it was great to see everybody yesterday, and for those of you I hadn't met at the joint session with the University Council yesterday, we reflected today at our council meeting what a useful session it was. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, Liam, you handsome digital devil, why are you zooming in? Of course, I've just stepped out of my University Council meeting, but I wanted to stress that this is a major priority for the student body. Up front, OUSA supports proceeding with the Albany Street package as consulted and previously agreed upon. We believe it delivers real safety gains, strengthens the tertiary precinct, and represents good value for ratepayers and partners. We're not here to make the case for a Leith Street alternative. At this stage, it's an unknown. There are no full costings, no detailed design, and no clear funding pathway. We cannot responsibly endorse a concept that has not been developed by the transport team or tested with the community and users. The core of this project is safety. Albany Street is one of the busiest edges of campus with very high pedestrian and cyclist flows, particularly around the OUSA Clubs and Socks building. Students cross Albany Street constantly and may not use the existing signal points because they're indirect and too far apart. The proposed mid-block crossings, tighter side street build-outs, and importantly, the narrower carriageway offered by the cycle lane will make the actual everyday travel of students safer. In short, this plan meets how people already move rather than asking them to behave like traffic models. So why shouldn't we pause for an alternative design and explore other proposals? Well, one is delay. Standing up a new corridor concept will take months. Investigation, design, consultation and approval. This project has already been kicked around for almost half a decade. Further delay means another year or more of avoidable risk at the exact edge of campus with the highest foot traffic. We already know that there are 9 incidents that have occurred without these safety initiatives. While we agree that the pedestrian crossing should be pursued, we want council to acknowledge explicitly that the cycleway is yet another safety initiative. We also have worries about a funding risk. A materially different scheme is a different funding case. There is no certainty that NZTA would contribute at the same rate or at all to a late-breaking alternative. Albany Street is a clear, scoped package before council. Further, where there are concerns about the Albany Street cycleway cost, it should be noted that the team has found additional savings that continue to deliver excellent value for Dunedin ratepayers. We also do have some concerns around campus safety, around bringing bikes onto campus in one of the most densely populated and mobile pedestrian areas in the city, that being the university campus. We also believe that the Albany Street project aligns with the long signalled goals for the tertiary precinct and the city. Slower speeds, safer crossings, and a street that functions as a connection, not a barrier, between the university and the northern quarter of the city. The cycleway is not a bolt-on or a vanity project. It's a key part of the safety treatment that helps narrow vehicle lanes, define space, and calm traffic. So obviously, what do we support in the design? I've mentioned the reduced carriageway width. I'd also like to point to the improved junction build-outs, tighter side streets entries, improved sight lines, reduce turning speeds, and make the cycleway legible and continuous. We also like the mid-block pedestrian crossings that match actual student paths and are really important, particularly to Dunedin College. But of course, we have to accept that there is a real trade-off regarding parking. But we believe that this is mitigated by initiatives from the OUSA, the university, and the city that seek to support mode shift in transport, reducing pressure on surrounding streets. One is the university and OUSA's collaboration with the regional council to grow public transport patronage, trialling and expanding smarter parking tools like Parkable within university car parks to better utilise supply, while also continuing education campaigns for students for active and public transport options. We believe that with these levers in play, the long-term impact of any parking losses are manageable. From a student perspective, as I said in my last submission, please use my rates on this project. Albany Street will need resealing anyway. Bundling safety, cycling and crossing upgrades with renewal work is cost efficient. The current co-funding environment is favourable for exactly these outcomes. Deferring to explore an uncosted alternative option risks higher future costs and losing momentum in the project. Also, before I wrap up, I'd really like to acknowledge the DCC Transport team for listening to user feedback and iterating towards a design that reflects how Albany Street is really used by its students. The treatments proposed, narrower lanes, protected cycle space, mid-block crossings, and safer corners are the right tools in the right place for the real users of the street. Again, in summary, for OUSA, this comes down to 3 things: safety, function, and certainty. We respectfully urge Council to stay the course and approve the Albany Street works as proposed. Students, staff, and the wider community will be safer and healthier for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. I'm aware you couldn't see the timer timing you down. You did very well despite not being able to see it. Are you happy to take questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I have Councillor Sims first.
Hi Liam, kia ora. Liam, I noticed from your the OUSA submission dated July-August 2025 that you had strong concerns over several of the aspects of this project, and they're summarised as parking for students and residents, which were being removed and then therefore creating an inequity, that the mode shift was being forced on the community by simply removing access and not by choice, that 3 mature trees were to be removed during this project, and I'm only surmising that your anxiety about that may be heightened by the loss of a number of other mature trees in the campus in the meantime, a lack of meaningful consultation with students, and the safety of proposed bus stops where passengers would be discharged into the cycle lane. I note that Jet Grzinski raised many of the same issues in his personal submission. Do you accept that the proposed Leith Stream route would address all of your concerns, and providing the pedestrian safety features of the original plan for Albany Street were retained, then the Leith Stream plan might provide the same benefits without the downsides identified in your earlier submission?
Thank you, Andrew. That's a great question. I think around some of those points, I think it's probably unfair. I think one of the submissions you mentioned, particularly around the trees, actually wasn't a submission from OUSA in particular. It was from an individual staff member in OUSA using their staff emails. So that has been a bit of miscommunication and internal process we're trying to remedy. There's a couple of points I'd make, which number one is the acknowledgement that the narrowing of the carriageway offered by the cycleway is a safety initiative that will work to reduce the speed on the street. Even me, who is obviously very conscious of the safety needs of Albany Street, still regularly, and don't tell the police this, hoons down there at 40 or 50 because it just feels like a faster road because it's so wide. On what the proposed Leith cycleway actually offers, I can't tell you that, and with all due respect, Councillor, you can't either, because we haven't seen a proposal, we haven't seen costing, we haven't seen a case put forward. So it's all good that we can propose this and debate it, but until we see a proper business case, I'm concerned that actually the parking impacts on Albany Street are incredibly easy to mitigate, and they're actively being done so by the large actors in the area. And I would much prefer that Council actually proceed with the plan as it was previously decided. So, no, I'm very confident that the Albany Street cycleway in particular continues to deliver for students.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Sophie, and thanks, Liam, for the reminder about safety. Liam, we met yesterday in Tirangiharoa College. Can you just speak briefly how the creation of this 450-bed student accommodation has added to the Albany Street mix, please?
Yes, it's a great question. So it's definitely contributed to a massive usage in the street, obviously, with that many users being introduced. The other thing I would add is that it adds a massive student population in an area that typically isn't populated by students beyond sort of the Wren and Polytech buildings and Unipol, with most people going sort of down Union Street. But absolutely, I mean, I have had so many first years come and tell me that they, walking home, particularly late at night, that there have been multiple near misses on that street for first year residents. And of course, we know the sort of activities that first year students get up to late at night, particularly on a Friday, and that some further safety initiatives will be greatly helpful. The other thing, again, I can't stress this enough, the importance of the cycleway as a safety initiative. So thank you, Councillor Walker. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Lund.
Hello, Liam. Liam, I note in your presentation you said that that there is a trade-off with parking, but it can be mitigated elsewhere in the CBD. Now, I'd just like to read out what the OUSA submission said in August, and that is that we are seriously concerned about the nature and scale of the parking changes proposed. The reality is that many students do not have access to off-street parking. They often rent older flats that lack driveways or garages, live in overcrowded housing, work irregular hours to make ends meet. They depend on being able to park close to where they live or study. For many, this is not about convenience, but having the freedom and security to get their job. And then you talk about it being particularly acute for students who fall into the categories of disabilities, health conditions, parents or caregivers, people on professional placements, and you say that this is a significant part of the student body. And you say, in summary, or the OUSA says in summary, that by removing or heavily restricting parking without offering an accessible, affordable alternative, the council risks making Albany Street and its surrounds functionally unlivable for many students. How do you reconcile what you've just told us today with that?
I am going to allow you a little bit of extra time because I think that took about a minute to read the questions, so I'll let you have a little bit of extra time, but we're going to finish questions after that. Sorry, Jules.
Yeah, thank you, Sophie. Thanks, Russell. Fair question. I think when we were making that submission, we were sort of being a bit honestly quite naive in that we thought we could have both parking and a cycleway. If we are reflecting actually who are the thousands of users on the streets, they are pedestrians. And absolutely, there are concerns for students who live in and around the area and their parking, absolutely. And I would not seek to downplay that. But for the majority of the users, I believe that the cycleway offers an alternative. And, we're talking about mode shift as well, that
There are a lot of initiatives around the university, such as the Sustainabilities Office, providing bikes for free for students that are trying to encourage that mode shift that should hopefully decrease car ownership in the area and should reduce the stress for those students. I do agree about the disability access. However, I think that that's, for me, what I'm hearing from a lot of disabled students is that raising the curb of the street and making it more accessible for public transport is the preferred alternative, rather than offering more parking or more disability parking. So I hope that answers your question. I'm just very aware that I don't have much time. But what I would say to you now is that...
No, time's finished.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry, Liam, you can't. I know you can't see it. We did have other questions, but unfortunately we have run out of time. And I would now ask Ms. Mary O'Brien from CCS Disability Action to come up and speak to us. Thank you. Kia ora, Mary, you're familiar with the system, aren't you?
Some days I forget. Your Worship and Councillors, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm the Access Coordinator for CCS Disability Action. We provide support for disabled people to live in the community, and we have a strong advocacy arm as well. The Albany Street connection is aptly named. It has the potential to create opportunities for vulnerable pedestrians, walkers, cyclists, bus users and drivers to access important adjacent locations and to connect with the remainder of the city. Given that around 8,000 pedestrians a day cross Albany Street, that Dunedin has a poor pedestrian safety record, and that pedestrian injuries in New Zealand are underreported, it is clear that the safety improvements resulting from this project are necessary. The council consultation carried out with disabled people regarding this project, which CCS Disability was involved in, showed that disabled people wanted to visit every block in Albany Street. They had important locations there that they wanted to visit, but they could not. Barriers reported were broad. I'm just going to describe 2 or 3 of the barriers. The previous speaker has already given a good description of some barriers. The footpath surfaces. Barriers that prevented disabled people from using Albany Street included potholes, tree roots, rough surfaces, steep gradients and crosswalk, which make it difficult or impossible for mobility aid and wheelchair users to use footpaths. If there's a steep crosswalk on the footpath, then there are different pressures on a wheelchair user's arm, and they actually can't go there. They may have strong upper body strength, but they just can't use it. High and or steep curbs make it difficult or impossible for disabled people to cross the street and are hazardous. In this consultation alone, around 3 wheelchair users told us that when attempting to cross Albany Street at the lights outside the university bookshop and at the next intersection down by the library, that they either became trapped or were tipped out of their wheelchair onto the roadway. Luckily, they were helped to regain the access to their chairs, but this sort of thing is just not acceptable in any city. The street curbs. Crossing Albany Street is risky for all people, and particularly for disabled people. The inclusion of the raised crossings are essential. Raised crossings aren't just a fashion or a thing. When they're at the same level as the footpath, wheelchair users or people with children and families can actually pause. They can assess the traffic, see what's coming and cross safely. In addition to this, drivers can see the crossing and what's happening, and the raised crossing slows traffic down. As the previous speaker said, it can be a bit of a speedway down there. And the reduced speed of cars will reduce the accident and severity of injuries. Disabled people also reported that the lack of or the quality of mobility parks stopped them from accessing Albany Street. There are new parks that are longer and wider and more suitable, and we support these parks. It is also important to note that the mobility parks will be used by people who will frequent the businesses in Albany Street who are concerned about parking. The other thing that, as well as improving accessibility, the planned improvements will increase the pleasantness and attractiveness of the area and create an attractive and safer link between the council and the university. It seems to be a bit of a shame that we would have George Street and the nice environment there and the beautiful environment of the university and, you know, the poor relation roadway down the middle where people are slipping and falling. It is important for you also to take into consideration that safety is a key consideration for all pedestrians when they're making a trip. It's the main reason why people decide not to go, and I'm sure you've all made a decision based on that as well. With regards to the parking, I understand that there are more parks included, and as Liam mentioned, increasing the patronage on bus services will also mean more people come to Albany Street. I think you could be pretty certain that will be disabled people that don't go to Albany Street. They might be able to get on the bus at their end and travel into town, but there will be a lot of people who couldn't access at Albany Street.
Thank you, Ms O'Brien. Your time is up. I'm
Time's
sure
up,
you'll be
that's
happy
great.
to take
I
questions.
just want to say one more thing. We support option 1.
Okay, thank you. Has anybody got any questions? Councillor Gary?
So, Ms O'Brien, can you just clearly tell us your response to this question? You've been involved in the consultation for a number of years on this project, that's correct, and you and the disability community, after all of that consultation, are happy where it has landed? Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, is it counts? Did you put your hand? Okay. Okay. Thank you. That appears to be all the questions. Thank you for coming along. Stephen McKnight. Welcome, Stephen. Are you familiar with someone ginger up on the microphones?
But yeah.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, and then at the end we will see if there's any questions. We have another 5 minutes for that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for letting me talk. Now, I have no issue with pedestrian safety works. I think that is totally support it. My issue is the cycleway. Now, I've spent 30 years trying to get good cycleways in the city. And what we've built, I don't think is good enough. And this cycleway, to me, is not going to be used the way we need it to be used. I live in West Harbour. All my family cycle. We're not going to use this. You know, to have an argument like previous where narrowing the road increases safety and we need a cycleway to do it is ridiculous. We need a cycleway that people are going to use. I suggested the one beside the Leith because it's not just a cycleway. It is in fact a shared path to connect another shared path. And it also ties in with what we can make as a full network of cycleways that interconnect and get people places. If we build another cycleway that is not used, we will not, in the public's eyes, be able to build any more cycleways. We have to do it better. We need something that people will use. We need user groups getting from one side, going to the other in good numbers for it to be used, and they're just not there. So to have another empty cycleway is just not what we should be doing. You know, my alternative down beside the river will be well used. It will be cost effective. We've got people in the council who are going to be able to help drive the building of it and do it efficiently. You know, the delay in the works does not have to take place. We can build the pedestrian stuff. We can leave the cycleway and build it somewhere else. It will not cost us any more. And in the eyes of the public, we'll be doing something very worthwhile. We'll be changing tack and listening to what people want. And for a new council, that would be a really good first step. We build another unused cycleway, that's what we get left with. We want more. We should be ambitious. We should be excited by the prospect of being able to do something really good. And it's about time we did, because it hasn't happened in 30 years, and it can happen now.
Councillor Lund.
Thank you, Steve. And Steve, in your opinion as one of Dunedin's most experienced and capable engineers, would you say that this proposed Leith scheme is very straightforward from a technical point of view?
Absolutely. I mean, I could ride through there now.
Or you need to push your button for your microphone.
Yeah, I mean, it is easily done. We could ride through there now. There's a couple of areas we need to build asphalt or concrete paths. We've already got an underpass under a road, so we don't even have to cross that road. It's there, sitting there. We've got other asphalted areas that take us to the destination. We can also do things progressively. We don't need $1 million scheme from day one. We just need it usable. And as the user numbers increase, we can improve that.
Oh, sorry, you just get one question and then we'll go around, and if this time you get another question. Councillor Treadwell.
Kia ora. Firstly, have you conducted any kind of survey of cycle users in the area? Secondly, you say it will not cost any more than the existing plan. Is that factoring in the 1.5 million of NZTA co-funding, which is factored into the initial Albany Street plan? And thirdly, you say it won't cost any more, and in the proposed diagram, you've got a linkage between, that goes along Leith Street. Is that included in your initial costing for the project? Because it's listed as for future development, and that wasn't clear to me.
Sorry, microphone.
I think one of the most important things we should do around the city is start building quiet streets, quiet shared streets. Leith Street is such an ideal place to do that. All we have to do is slow traffic down, make it feel like a shared cycle street, like they do in good cycle cities in Europe and everywhere else. We make that as a link to this new one. We link through the university, and I've had conversations with the university about making the university cycle safer, having links around it, not through the pedestrian areas, but around it. They're very keen to see cyclists and cycle safety. They're not anti-cyclist at all. We want, and it can make a network which will be really usable. At not that much of a cost. To make a shared street is a really cost-effective way of making a safe cycle place.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Mr McKnight. When you talk about no users, and it's similar to Councillor Treadwell's question about surveying, are you aware of the ODT coverage of cycle users celebrating the decision to open up the connection? So there are users. I don't know, why wouldn't you be using it?
I wouldn't use it because
Microphone.
I wouldn't use it because my destinations don't take that. If I want to go to, say, Logan Park High School, to the Logan Park, to the Polytech, Teachers College, all these places, I do not get to that. If I want to go to the city, I go beyond it, and I get into near the railway station. So, but you know, there are cyclists and cycle groups who think, who do support it. That is absolutely true, but they support it because we're never given anything good. We support it because we take the crumbs of what's offered, and this is not a cycleway. Everyone said that, and it's not. It's a safety thing that people are trying to call a cycleway. To use a cycleway to simply narrow traffic lane is stupid. It provides a busy edge to it, whereas a parked car with doors and stuff slows people down. A straight edge to a cycleway will not slow people down in the same way. You know, and to use it and argue that we're doing it to narrow the road, rather than to argue we've got an awful lot of cycle users who desperately need it, it's not an argument at all.
Councillor Hall, then Councillor Lund.
Thank you, Your Worship. When you brought this idea up at the correct time of the process, what were you told?
I've been part of a council group who've been talking about ideas for this area for a long time, and I have been going along with this because I was like any crumbs will do. What changed was that I went to the university, I talked to them about other possible linkages through the university, and it became clear that we could build a network. And I'm really excited about the prospect of making a network that's interlinked and really gets people places.
Okay, we have just a few seconds left. Councillor Lund.
Regarding cost, Steve, in your opinion, as an engineer, as myself as a contractor, if I told you I'd scoped the project, and received quotes and done estimates, and if I told you that this could be delivered for around $650,000, that is from Minerva Street to Albany Street, what would you say about that? Do you think that would be feasible or reasonable?
Absolutely, that would be feasible. You know, it's structurally there. We're putting a pathway in. We're not building huge street works or bridges or underpasses. We're using the formations that are there along the bank of a river. It's easy.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you. I now would like Gordon Roy on behalf of the University of Otago. Kia ora, Mr. Roy. I think you're familiar with our system, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, and you have 5 minutes, and then we have 5 minutes of questions.
Kia ora, Ko Gordon Roy, toko ingoa. I'm the Associate Director, Planning and Development in the Property and Campus Development Division of the University. Thank you for providing a time for the University to speak once again in relation to Albany Street, to which I'll call it the Albany Street Safety Improvement Project, which I've conveniently renamed to underline the focus on of the project from the University's perspective. This is now the 4th time we've spoken at such a forum, and in support of the current approved Albany Street project. Having worked with your team on this initiative and improvements in the tertiary precinct over the past decade with little actual change on the ground. My apologies to those councillors who have heard this again. However, to the new councillors, I will restate the University's position on the matter. I've spoken previously about the safety improvements that this work will bring, specifically the reduced carriageway width, which will support reduced speeds on the road, of which the current cycleway is an integral element, the improved junction build-outs and pedestrian sight lines, and the creation of multiple mid-block pedestrian crossings to accommodate the high volume of pedestrians, mainly students. We also believe that the cycleway is a key linkage in the city's cycle network, but I note that this is a secondary consideration to the pedestrian safety improvements from the University's perspective. Perhaps more poignant to the discussion is the future vision and values of the precinct that we should all be focusing on. A recent survey from earlier this year identified just under 3,000 pedestrian movements to each of the 2 access points into campus on Albany Street per day. That's at least 5,500 student movements a day, and only because we only surveyed those 2 access points. There will be further student movements around the junction with the State Highway to the west and around the new Tarangi-Hiroa College to the east that we've already heard about, an additional 450 students. It's likely that the figure of pedestrian movements in Albany Street is therefore closer to around 8,000 per day. That is a lot of pedestrians. The University has around 16,500 students in Dunedin and around 3,500 staff, and we are growing. By 2030, that student roll will be around 19,000, and we are trying to create a future-focused, vibrant campus for today's students and the students of tomorrow. That vibrancy will enhance campus and drive growth, which is good for the university, the city and its businesses. When we're discussing this volume of pedestrian movements in the tertiary precinct, pedestrian connectivity and vibrancy, why is it we continue to have a debate and real litigation of the Albany Street safety improvements? This continual debate on the matter would suggest it's not an important matter to the city. I would implore councillors to be more visionary in this space and focus on supporting growth for this significant sector of our city. Provision of parking is not what will attract the students of tomorrow to Dunedin, nor allow us to retain the brains that we're training. I have previously spoken about parking and will do so again, given this is at the heart of the matter, particularly the current mooted alternative cycleway, which seeks to allow retention of the majority of parking on Albany Street. The University agrees that there should be a focus on supporting businesses, but the majority of parking losses proposed are unrestricted all-day parking, and that kind of parking is not supporting those businesses and does not support a progressive vision for a vibrant tertiary precinct. Conversely, providing access to more affordable transport options and mode shift provides our students, staff and the community more money to spend on local businesses. So I will state again, provision of parking is not what will attract the students of tomorrow to Dunedin, nor enhance the tertiary precinct. I've deliberately not focused on the alternative cycleway that has been mooted in recent days. My concern is that this removes the focus away from the Albany Street safety improvements that we've been in discussion with for so long and already have an approved scheme for. Whilst other alternatives may exist, they no doubt have their own challenges and associated costs, as already discussed, perhaps increased costs. Due diligence has yet to be done. Not to mention the significant time required to relitigate with several new interested parties, Te Pukenga and ORC, and possibly relitigation of the NZTA business case. The alternative scheme also poses a significant reduction in safety measures for Albany Street, suggesting proceeding with 2 pedestrian crossings only. This significantly undermines the stated objectives of this project set out in 2021, agreed by Council. So in summary, and to be very clear, we are fully supportive of the proposal for change in Albany Street and its current approved state. We really want to make progress, and having waited several years for it, we politely request that progress is made sooner rather than later, so that we can stop relitigating what is essentially a very small piece of work to the city. We request that councillors carefully consider the significance of the University to Albany Street and the sheer number of student pedestrians using it. I remind you that's around 8,000 student movements per day, pedestrian movements. I appeal to you to consider the vision for the future and, that will support growth in the tertiary precinct and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Councillor Walker, Lund, then Vandervis.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Mr. Roy, yesterday most of us met with the upper echelons of the University of Otago at Te Rangiharoa College, and one of the messages Grant Robertson, the VC, left us with as we left, he urged us to be visionary, future focused, pleased for us to create vibrancy that fulfills our joint objectives, ours to be one of the world's great small cities, and the objectives laid out in your strategic vision as a university. Does the improved Albany precinct area as detailed fulfill the objectives of the university's vision?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
Mr. Roy, isn't it true that the university said in the Otago Daily Times that this was the council's decision, and if the council decided to change its decision on Albany Street, they would consider other alternatives? And further, we've heard a lot about a vibrant, future-focused campus. What could be better than a waterfront cycleway along the banks of the Leith that doesn't consume any university space except for around about 40 metres through a university car park at Property Services?
So as you correctly stated there, it is the council decision for what has already been approved. That has been a vision and a piece of work that's been carried out over the last 4 or 5 years. My concern is in changing that vision now and moving to an alternative scheme, we could be another 4 or 5 years before we see any action in the precinct. To the point about vibrancy around campus and cycleways, and Steve McKnight had mentioned it earlier, yes, we have had a discussion around that connectivity, particularly the north-south connection along Leith Street, which is something that the university is supportive of. However, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the realignment of the east-west piece of the cycleway, moving it essentially 50 metres back from Albany Street back to the Leith. And to Steve's point, I think the areas that it connects with will still be the same, irrespective of which version you go with.
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for coming and presenting today, Mr. Roy. You've emphasised the safety issue of this spend, which has become much larger than what was budgeted. There have been something like 8,000 student movements across Albany Street in recent years, and this would have been the case for the many decades since I was a student there as well. In that many decades, do you have records of any serious injuries or deaths or real safety issues on Albany Street?
So I think just to your point about several decades worth of change within the precinct, there's obviously been growth over that period of time, so the number of students in that area has been growing and will continue to grow. In terms of the numbers, I don't have that to hand. Liam alluded to it earlier in terms of a number of concerns and certainly a heck of a lot of near misses.
So,
we regularly hear about concerns and near misses around here and the safety issue being raised. The other question I have is the claim that Albany Street is in desperate need of resealing. Have you got any evidence that it has? Have you seen, for instance, how Albany Street compares favourably with Kaikorai Road,
sorry, Councillor
Hall
Venus,
Road
I
and
think
various
that's
others?
a question for staff around the resealing. That's not your technical area of technical expertise. Thank you, Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you, Mr. Roy, for coming in. My observation in sitting in that area, and I was recently at a meeting at the stadium and got there early and sat there, is that there are far more walkers and runners in that precinct than there are cyclists. And I wanted to ask you if you would accept that a Leith Street shared path would receive a great deal more total use from these walkers and runners, particularly students accessing the gymnasium at the stadium, and that a Leith Street shared path might receive a great deal more use than the Albany Street cycleway would and deliver the same benefits for cyclists?
Just to clarify, by Leith Street, you don't actually mean Leith Street, you mean the sort of Leith pathway. Yeah, Leith Stream, sorry. I agree that it would be a pleasant means to access that east-west route for pedestrian cyclists, but this is something that's been in discussion with ORC for a number of years, probably going back about 8 years to the Love Your Leith campaign, and they ran out of money. So my fear here is that we're just going down another route for a scheme that will take several years to develop. I don't dispute that it could be a pleasant option, but it's not the option that's on the table at the moment that's most likely to deliver the outcomes for the university.
Sorry, we're out of time. Thank you for your time, Mr. Roy. Thank you for coming again. Right, we will move on to apologies. There are no apologies. So we'll move to item 4, confirmation of agenda. Councillor Vandevers.
I'm concerned that the agenda has been rushed through and had in only a half-day council meeting items 12, 13 and 14 added to it without the time that's required for public inspection as required under 9.8 of our standing orders, which says inspect during normal office hours and within a period of at least 2 working days before a meeting all agendas and associated reports circulated to members of the local authority. The associated reports in particular are something that I've had extraordinary difficulty getting, partly because this was a strange issue with email coming to me, but it turns out that nobody got these reports within the required 2 working days for public inspection. So I wish to move that we leave items 12, 13 and 14 to a later council meeting where the public will have an opportunity to inspect the items and their associated reports.
May I just get advice from the Chief Executive about this? Should I adjourn?
Fine, Mr. Garbutt is here. He's happy to
Do you want a quick adjournment first, Mike, or are you happy to provide advice now?
Fine, Sandy, if you want me to talk to that. Well, kia ora koutou, good afternoon, elected members. My name's Michael Garbett. I'm a legal practitioner and a partner at Anderson Lloyd and specialise in local government law, for those of you who haven't met me. Congratulations on being elected members while I'm speaking. The Chief did raise this issue with me this afternoon, and the agenda went out 5:16 p.m. on Thursday, and so the agenda went out with 2 clear days' notice of this meeting to all members. Councillor Vandevers is correct that the reports on items 12, 13 and 14 did follow, and I'm aware councillors were briefed on those coming and were later than the 2 clear days' notice. I do agree with Councillor Vandevers that the public are entitled under the standing orders to have 2 clear working days' notice of the reports that you're considering. So that hasn't happened for those items. I don't consider there's a material risk of invalidity or judicial review. It's a matter of good practice that ordinarily you would have those papers out to the public so that they can digest them and do whatever with them that they see fit, potentially even contacting you. So there is a technical breach of the standing orders. I do agree with that. What you do about it, you can continue the meeting. I don't think there's a material risk of invalidity. The alternative 2 options that you do have, Mayor, is to, in my view, delay those items to after 5 p.m. today to be fully compliant for items 12 and 13, and you'd need to delay item 14 to tomorrow to be fully compliant with that 2 days working notice, or potentially, as Councillor Vandevers has raised, to delay those items to a subsequent meeting of council would be fully compliant. So that's my full advice to you. Happy to answer questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Lund, Councillor Hall, Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you, Mr. Garbett. I would like to point out to you that when we make a notice of motion, and the particular notice of motion around this Albany Street Cycleway we were stressed at our introductory meetings that it must be received 2 days, that it must be in the correct form. There's a lot of criteria, and you're telling me now that there's no material risk and that would invalidate it when we have an imminent legal challenge on one matter, the Albany Street Cycleway, and further, this is a matter of intense public interest. And so I do not accept for 1 minute that you can say that it's a legitimate form of proceeding when councillors have to comply. Standing orders are there for a reason, and yet you are here now saying that staff can do whatever they like.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question?
I'd like to ask Mr. Garbett to explain why the council can basically proceed without any reference at all to standing orders.
Well, Councillor, I've provided the advice I did. You disagree with it clearly, but it doesn't change my view. And my view remains there's a technical breach, as Councillor Vandevers has identified, and I've provided you 3 ranges of options for the council to consider. I stand by those as equally valid options.
Councillor Hall. And then I've got you, Councillor Vandevers. Yeah. Councillor Wood, I thought you had your hand up. Sorry. Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you for your advice. The use of the word technical breach seems to me to be somehow diminishing what is a breach of public inspection rights. Why have you described the breach as technical rather than just a straight breach of standing orders?
Well, I use that term because it's a matter of hours, so the public have had access to the agenda and that's fully compliant. What they haven't had access to for the full time that they're entitled is the associated reports, as you've identified. So if you delayed items 12 and 13 to 5 p.m. today, 3 hours away, you'd be fully compliant. So at the moment, you're technically 3 hours non-compliant. And so I think that is technical. I think the chances of somebody heading to the High Court to successfully overturn any decision of council for a 3-hour entitlement to access to a report is highly remote. That's why I describe it that way.
Thank you. I accept that heading to the High Court is highly unlikely, having been there myself very unsatisfactorily. My next question is, do you see anything in items 12, 13 or 14 that would require an urgent decision and not be simply delayed to the next council meeting, which would give everybody plenty of time to be able to actually look at what are very contentious issues?
I'll answer one of those, Mr. Garbutt, because he may not know the Remuneration Authority report has a deadline where remuneration has to go to the authority, Jackie, by the 14th of February, or otherwise to... sorry, ignore me. 14th of November, to enable the remuneration to be gazetted and paid to councillors at the correct rate. Otherwise, the next window for that is February. So that is a reason why the remuneration report ideally is considered in advance of the 14th.
And all the other actually contentious issues of 12, 13 and 14, is there any urgency with any of them? I'm quite happy with the remuneration issue.
You're asking for opinion on what is contentious, councillor.
I'm asking for your advice. You've given it regarding remuneration. I'm asking you for your advice on urgency. You say that remuneration has some urgency. I'm asking you for your advice on the remainder of the actual contentious items.
I'll talk to you about Albany Street, but I'm not saying whether it's contentious or not. But Albany Street, as councillors are aware, there is intense interest around it. There is a tender ready to be awarded following a procurement process, and interest in council looking at the alternative view and a construction window that we are trying to hit in order to minimise disruption to business and the university if council chooses to proceed. So there is urgency around that in my mind.
I move that we go ahead with the agenda minus items 12, 13 and 14 except for the remuneration package, and that those other items be delayed to the next full council meeting.
You can provide that advice, yeah.
You can't go ahead with remuneration, councillor, until you have determined positions of responsibility, because the two are inextricably linked.
Councillor Lund, did you
Thank you for that advice. I withdraw.
Is Mr Garbutt aware that Council's policy is actually to issue agendas 5 working days before the meeting, and that 2 working days is the absolute minimum? And there's plenty of well-established case law, and I've been involved in several, where words say what they mean, and if notice is not given within two working days, you might consider it technical, but there's plenty of law to say the law is the law, and would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. I'm just working off the council's existing standing orders in the legislation, which is the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act that applies to this meeting. So I take my guidance from the law and the current standing orders. And what I've said to you is that it requires at least 2 working days. It doesn't mention 5.
And I'll augment that. We have signalled to councillors that it is our intention to move to 5 clear working days, but that takes a little bit of time to implement, especially at the start of a new triennium. But there is no statutory requirement that agendas are provided at that level, but we are working to an operating practice that sees councillors get them 5 clear working days.
Understood, but 2 working days are 2 working days, okay?
Is that a question?
Are they not?
Very well. We will. I think there was a rhetorical question. Councillor Vandervis is withdrawn, so therefore I move that the Council confirms the agenda with the following alteration: that item 12, approach to governance arrangements for the triennium, be taken after item 6, confirmation of minutes, and item 13, elected member remuneration for the 2025-28 triennium, and item 14, Albany Connection project update, be taken after item 7, councillor appointments to outside organisations. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Vandervis.
I'd like to speak to it later, but I'd like to point out that the agenda seems to have 2 item 7s on it. I think the bottom one should be item 11, amendment to road naming policy.
Thank you.
I would also like to point out that in the HTML version, there was no mention of approach to governance arrangements to follow. There was no mention in the HTML version of elected remuneration to follow. There was simply an 11 item agenda, and that is the one that I opened, and that is the one that I was working with until I was sent emails from somebody else. So the fact that there are 2 different online versions, and one of them is plainly deficient, is also another reason why I believe a lot of people never had a chance to see what we're debating today.
Oh, if you want to respond, that would be...
I'd just like to add, there were huge technical issues with building the agenda. Ms. Robin Adamson had all sorts of problems, including the reason for public excluding falling off when it got rebuilt. So there were issues. I suspect that might have impacted the HTML version you saw, but it is correct at the minute. So there just has been a raft of issues. We will review and make sure that those issues are resolved in future. And it is a function of reports coming later than when the first agenda is published. So I do acknowledge that it was less than ideal.
Are we going to have a situation in future where we can expect reports to come later than the 2 days required for public availability of the agenda?
I can't say that you never will, because there are situations where sometimes it is unavoidable, but my expectation of staff, and we discussed it this morning, is that reports are prepared well in advance, and there should be plenty of time with the new committee structure for that to be achieved.
Councillor Gary had a question?
Yes, I do. Do I have this correct, that this is an exceptional situation, that we have a combination of IT issues, a procurement process in play. We have a councillor zooming in, and we have deadlines in regards to remuneration. So that is a pretty exceptional group of matters, is it not?
It is somewhat disappointing that we have found ourselves in this place, but we have, in terms of various of these things. But it's a very busy time, and all of those factors that you mentioned have compounded it.
Right, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No, recorded, please.
Councillor Lund, do you wish yours to be recorded as well?
Yes.
Thank you. I declare that the motion is carried. Item 5, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they may have. Are there any changes or updates to the interest register? No. Therefore, I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A, and B, confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. C, notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team's interests. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any speakers? I therefore put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare the motion is carried. Item 6, confirmation of minutes. The ordinary council meeting on the 31st of October 2025. I move that the Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 31st of October 2025 as a correct record. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. We'll move forward to the substantive reports. Just checking the order again. Okay, all right. Let us move to item 12, and that is on the supplementary agenda. Sorry.
Councillors, item 12, you have a covering report from staff that outlines the approach the Mayor is taking to her governance arrangements for the triennium. Questions, the Mayor will speak to her memorandum, and staff can answer technical questions, but substantive questions are for the Mayor.
Right, there is a memorandum here which talks about outlining my approach, and I'd just like to talk about the background to that. I have spent 6 years on council studying ours and other councils' approaches to look at governance models. I've been reading the Auditor General office reports on governance in councils and been looking for best practice in councils as well. I very clearly signalled in my election website that I was looking to cut the number of committees and move to a portfolio system. My view was clearly that we had too many committees, 7, and that we could be more streamlined to work smarter and more efficiently. I'd also signalled that I liked the Christchurch model. We had, along with Mayor Raddick and other councillors, we visited Christchurch. We met with the mayor and councillors and their senior executive team and talked to them about how their model worked. And this is the model which has been the main influence in my thoughts around this. My original intention had been to not have committees and run all the work through council members. However, I thought that we should have 2 separate meetings focusing on 2 areas, finance and performance. Christchurch have a great model for that, plus policy and planning, having looked at what Christchurch are now doing and having been to Mayor's School and talked about RMA reforms, which are going to be worse than water, which those of us who've been on council for a while know how hard water was. It also allows as committees of the whole, which allows for mana whenua participation if agreed, and we have met with mana whenua and had some initial discussions. We will be going to the marae in December to continue those discussions. It's my intention to have council meetings topic based throughout the year on our 8 key strategies, because we will be lining up for our long-term plan, this council's long-term plan, and the portfolios and the discussions will be, and the feedback will be part of that. With 6 new councillors, and welcome new councillors, the portfolios and appointments were designed to share the skill sets and mentor new councillors into roles and also align with our strategies. I aim to have experienced councillors work with new councillors and show them the ropes, passing on the system knowledge and how to work within the parameters of council. I also took into account spread across the various community boards. We have 6 councillors who are members of community boards, the outside appointments, the committees and the work commitments that people had indicated to me, so that all councillors had balanced responsibilities. We'll be looking to review the appointments and the structures in a year at least. I know this is a new system for experienced councillors. I'm not going to call you old. This is a big change, and we will be working together to make sure that it works, and then we'll be looking at councillors' workloads and performance to ensure we're maximising council for everyone. as I said in my inaugural speech, we all took an oath and declared that we would work faithfully in the best interests, and that's my intention. These next few months will all give us a chance to upskill. We have plenty of training in the next month or so, which will help us upskill in our governance, and we are putting a lot of time and effort into that training. So this is what I am proposing. I have had a discussion with Councillor Sims and agreed to lead the portfolio as a co-chair with Councillor Sims, and I welcome our partnership there. So that will be a change in the resolution. Are there any questions? Councillor Vandervis.
You said that we had too many committees, and I agreed with you. But what you propose here is still a bunch of committees, a few less, and then in addition a raft of 7 portfolios, all with their leads and with deputies, plus a new committee called Te Pai Maori. How do you square having too many committees with basically having created 7 new ones and awarding portfolios as leads and deputies?
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis. We have council and we have 2 committees, which is the Finance and Performance Committee, the Policy and Planning Committee. Te Pai Maori was in existence already. The Hearings Committee doesn't ever meet as a committee. It is a delegation. The Chief Executive and Employment and Performance Committee is a committee that we have to have, and the Audit and Risk and Assurance Committee are committees that we also have to have. So they, if we had counted the committees last time, it would have been 7 plus those 4 committees, which would have been 11 committees. So there are less committees, but there are also some which are needed to make the council function.
You've also said that you wanted experienced councillors to be able to show new councillors the ropes. As the most experienced councillor you have given me no portfolio leads, you've given me no chairmanships, and you have relegated me, with my unmatched political experience and business experience, come to that, to essentially, positions where I will not be in a position to be able to show councillors the ropes. Deputies are essentially a non-functioning sop to someone having a title of some sort. How is it that I'm supposed to share my experience and show new councillors the ropes when I'm not the chair or the lead of anything?
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis, and it would have been helpful if you'd come to some of the training this week in order to share those experiences with people so that we could have had those discussions. I had offered you the Deputy Chair of Finance, and I thought that would be extremely useful as a support to Deputy Mayor Lucas as that. And I tried to balance all of the workload amongst the outside appointments, the portfolios and the committees. You were also valued on the, let me just check, the Audit and Risk Committee as well. Okay, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I certainly, as a chair, won't be considering Councillor Treadwell as a non-functioning SOP.
Just one moment. It is for a portfolio lead. We just need to get clear that we are not talking about chairs. We're talking about portfolio leads.
In terms of Te Pai Maori and the tour, is the intention for the tour to be...
Do you mean the terms of reference?
Sorry? Yeah, sorry,
yeah,
terms of reference. Sorry for those actioning. The terms of reference to be available prior to the Marae visit, or will it spill out of that after? Will it be a function of that visit to then construct the tour?
Yes, we already have what's the name of the agreement from 2022? So basically we already have a partnership agreement.
I know that.
So the terms of reference will come for Te Pai Maori will come out of out of the discussions that we have, because that decision making is joint between us and mana whenua, so we can't presuppose any outcomes before we have had those discussions. Do you want to jump in?
Jump in a little bit, and if you recall, Councillor, there had already been an agreement to review the terms of reference from the previous council, and so we've begun those discussions, and mana whenua have asked that I draft an initial review of those, noting that the proposed structure elevates Te Pai to be a full committee of council, which provides a level of transparency because it then is covered by Lagoima, and the other requirements that we have as local government, which hadn't been the past previously. It hadn't been the case.
Councillor Fiso, then Councillor Ong.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I have several questions, so you just want me to ask one
by one would be good.
Okay, and then, okay. My first one is in terms of the portfolio structure, and given that you want it to be strategic and in focus, what will be the flow-on effect on staff in terms of having to write reports, or will we be taking our own notes so that, you know, staff are not writing reports and not delivering their mahi?
Thank you, Councillor. Given that staff have still been waiting to have the structure confirmed, the executive met this morning and to look at how we could manage the workflow and the transition from committees to portfolios. And so we have a range of suggestions that should council proceed on this basis today, we will suggest to Mayor Sophie some consistent processes for managing the portfolios so that all councillors get the same level of support, B, that staff workloads are managed appropriately, but also you get the necessary outcomes that the Mayor is looking at through this portfolio system.
And you had another question, Councillor Fiso? You heard CG is serious, so let's just do them. Yeah.
So I note that we used to have the Grants Committee and mana whenua input. So where do you perceive mana whenua input into the grant making decision process?
So that will be another thing that we will be discussing at the marae in December. Yeah. And one more? Yeah, finish, yeah. Three more. We may as well get them out of the road because others, let's go for it.
Thank you for allocating the Hauora Health Wellbeing portfolio lead and deputy lead to me and Councillor Chambers. But just in looking at the next under environment and rangatahi youth, to me, in my experience on wellbeing, it makes more sense to have youth and rangatahi up with the wellbeings. I don't know, so just a suggestion.
Yeah, I would hope that councillors would work across. Councillor Treadwell had expressed interest in working with youth across that, but I absolutely know that you put the resolution, or that the council passed that resolution, so we can't lose sight of that work, and it is on the work programme. But my expectation is, obviously these are not delineated, that there will be cross-portfolio work.
And if I could support what the Mayor has said, part of what ELT tried to identify this morning were bureaucratic mechanisms that will help enable that, and that's what we would like to talk further about if this approach is agreed today.
And I'll just follow up. We are having an away day at the end of this month, and that will help us meet together and talk about how we move forward, because we are a very young council. I say young in the state that we've only been here a few weeks, and we need to work out how we are going to work together. Did you just want to finish off your other questions?
Second last question. So I acknowledge that you took your model from Christchurch, and I've heard that when it comes to voting, they don't have a casting vote. Do you plan to not have a casting vote in those situations?
It's not a committee, so it's a portfolio lead. So so there won't be that. Yeah. And last one.
And my final question is awesome about Te Pai Māori and the mana whenua response, and I'm just what am I doing? I'm just wanting to ensure, please, that mana whenua reps, whoever they are well remunerated for their mahi on the committee. Just because they didn't ask doesn't mean they're not thinking about it.
Yes, Councillor Lefiso, I think that I had asked that question internally and possibly have an email about it, but I absolutely take that and we will follow that one up. So Councillor Lund, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's very good that we have the emphasis on the Finance Committee. I'm going to ask, has professional finance career experience been taken into account in selecting the members? Because I will firstly say, I am the sole member on the council with international banking and financial experience, and that also covers corporate debt.
Thank you,
It's
Councillor
very important that the Finance Committee, because it relates to our financial performance, it relates to our council debt.
Just one moment, because I can quickly answer your question, is that all councillors are members of that committee. Okay. So I don't know if you misread, but all councillors are members of that committee. It says committee of the whole, which means that all councillors are members.
The broader point is, are we going to be, for instance, I have requested to be at an S&P analyst meeting.
We're not going to discuss that right now. Right.
I think, given that
No, just one moment. That was an operational meeting to which you were not invited, and that was very clearly stated.
I feel that if we are offered the same opportunity to be involved...
Right, we're just going to adjourn. We'll just take a moment and adjourn. May I have a seconder? Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Those against? I'll now call the meeting to order, and Councillor Lund, yours was the next question. Do you need a moment to prepare, or are you happy to go? Cool.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor Sophie. My first question is, are you willing to reconsider the term, Section 10 of the Terms of Reference, which states that the portfolio holders may act as spokespersons following prior consultation with the Mayor's office?
What were you suggesting that might change to?
Well, I'd like that to be withdrawn.
Okay, thank you for that question. The answer is no. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is, first of all, thank you for all of your consideration around the structure. I know a lot of thought's gone into it. I'm delighted to be the lead for Arts and Culture, along with Councillor Mayhem. My question is around the strategic refresh and where that settles, because there's a couple of things stuck in there, and when we might get some clarity on that. It's probably a little soon, but I do think it is important.
Yes, I think that, as I said, we're having a councillor away day at the end of November, and then we will be able to discuss about how we move forward. We might look at having a working party, perhaps, to work through those strategic issues.
Thank you.
Councillor Lund, sorry, I just want to think about the... there would always need to be prior consultation with the Mayor's office when we are having people going out speaking as an official spokesman, just because when we do our media releases, etc., we do have to just check that we are all aligned. Councillor Vandervis.
I'm waiting on some information. I'd like to put my question in the queue.
Councillor Sims, then Councillor Raddock.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and just need a wee bit of an indulgence here, but I'd like to acknowledge your flexibility and leadership in accepting a compromise on the economic development portfolio. I'd like to acknowledge the mature and wise counsel provided to me by Councillor Treadwell, which also led to the compromise, and I would like to apologise for any anxiety caused to the council ahead of reaching this compromise.
Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Raddock.
Earlier you'd spoken about outcomes in order to achieve outcomes, but outcomes aren't mentioned in the 10. How will they be determined, and they'll be as part of the process, or will they be how will they be determined?
That's a very good point. I think that the outcomes that I was looking for was for us to, we would probably have to measure those. So when we talk about the role, the objective, which is to champion strategic priorities and community outcomes, so therefore we would be talking about actually getting our strategies aligned and ready for the long-term plan, enhance governance, oversight and engagement. And I think we've talked about engagement and ensuring that we engage with our community. I think one of the key things about having portfolio areas is that our community will know where to go to and who to go to about specific issues. Infrastructure is a big one, I guess. So if people have issues around infrastructure, and I get a lot of those emails, as I'm sure you will, that person is the person that they go to, and you'll see that there is an ELT staff member there as well, that those concerns can be taken to, and we need to measure, and you will be able to, or council portfolio leaders will be able to have a good sense of how many times you are fielding issues or compliments, let's hope there's compliments around certain areas as well. And then the other objective was to ensure that the decisions reflect the aspirations and priorities of the communities. And I think that's really important when we're looking at our strategies, is that we are there liaising with those communities in those key areas. And then when we talk about doing a review in a year, we'll see how well that's working, and then whether we've actually got the portfolios in the correct areas as well. We will be also looking, I think it's somewhere on my list, to do better engagement with the communities as well, and discuss amongst ourselves when we have our away day, how do we engage better with our communities. Now it's going to Councillor Lund.
In regard to the heritage Committee, I see that Mr Ward is noted as the ELT member for Heritage, but as the Heritage Building owner and being heavily involved with the community, I know that the issues and problems that face the Heritage are overwhelmingly around compliance, building consents, planning, and that is all under the control of Mr Henderson of Regulatory Services, and not Mr Ward of Infrastructure. This is in no way a criticism of Mr Ward, but I would advocate that Mr Henderson be the ELT member for Heritage.
I'll get this if I might, Mayor. As these bed in the portfolios, that there might be some flex with which ELT member acts as the lead, and so that's a good point you raise, but we'll just have to, because Mr Ward does have some responsibilities for planning as well, but it's more the policy planning, and it's just whether or not we're looking at this from a policy planning point of view or a more regulatory point of view. So, and I'm also trying to balance workload across my GMs as well.
So the Heritage Action Plan actually sits under Mr Ward's team,
area. So,
yeah.
so that it's just that balance. But your point's a good one. And as I said earlier, this is a new approach for the council, and portfolios are new. So I think there will need to be an iterative approach taken to some of this as we do things at work, and we think that's really good, and you augment it and do, whereas other things don't work quite so well, and we need to be prepared to change.
Thank you. Just one other thing. I would note that the Councillor Walker and Treadwell have a very heavy load with their portfolio. It seems to be the portfolios are a little bit unbalanced with the observation I make. I'm not sure. Would you like to comment on that?
Oh, it looks like a long list, but all of those lists actually sit pretty much under the two strategies. So I tried to fit every plan that I could find. So the mothers, so we call them, the environment strategy and the parks and recreation strategy. So under those sit a whole lot of other plans, and I tried to name all of the plans so that people could see how they're related. We might actually say that infrastructure, given we spend 80% of our budget on it, is actually a bigger portfolio, but I was just trying to make it clear which plans sit under which, and I'm open if I've missed any that any are going to remember. Councillor Vandervis.
Getting back to the external communications protocol, number 10, this is on page 12. It says that the Mayor is the Council's principal spokesperson on significant or citywide matters. I don't have any issue with that, and that's as it should be. However, it goes on to say, portfolio councillors may act as a spokesperson on portfolio-related issues when, and there's a number of conditions. Who are the portfolio councillors? Do you mean portfolio councillor leads?
I can see that would be, I think that we had both council. I think that what covers that is the official policy or position. So there are two different hats that you can wear. You can wear one as a portfolio lead, where we have the, and hopefully this is not too confusing, where we have official policy and positions, and then there is the ability of councillors to speak out on their own behalf. So you could almost. Oh, you want to clarify? Am I saying?
Yeah. I think I see what Councillor Vandervis is saying, and this might, if I can check with you, Councillor, because technically every councillor is a lead or a deputy lead around there. So does that mean any councillor can comment on any portfolio matter? Well, we haven't specified that it's, so we don't say lead or deputy councillors that may act as the spokesperson for that portfolio. Is that what you mean?
Is that what you mean, like anybody could talk on any portfolio?
Chief Executive Graham, I think, has got part of the nub of the issue. Can I ask where this was lifted from?
I had staff support on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and I would have to check because there were an amalgam of things looked at. I think this was an iteration from Christchurch. But I would have to check because we had about 10 different documents that were used to support this.
Could you suggest any words to clarify that might make it easier?
Well, it's really up to you to clarify, because what it says is portfolio councillors without specifying whether it's a lead portfolio, whether it's a deputy portfolio, and it talks about portfolio-related issues. Is it related particularly to that lead portfolio or not? All of that, I believe, needs to be specified. And if and when it is specified, I mean, that's a big problem in itself. If it is specified, it says that they are communicating the official policy or position of council, right? And then that they have to be speaking in alignment with the council's agreed strategic direction. This is an all-encompassing muzzling clause, which I don't believe is appropriate, whatever you put in as portfolio councillors. So I believe that number 10, external communication protocol, should simply be dropped or extensively rewritten, because it makes no sense as it is. And even if you do try and sort out the sense of who the portfolio councillors are, then it's a muzzling clause.
Thank you. I have no intention of having a muzzling clause in there. I'll just take a quick moment's adjournment, if I may, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried.
Councillors, if I can explain what changes have been suggested, which were up there.
Breathe, just breathe.
Breathe, is it coming back? Oh, they're marvellous. There's the right button. So this is in relation, councillors, to the terms of reference for portfolios that was an attachment to the Mayor's memorandum, I think.
Yes.
And so we are adopting it with amending point 9 to say lead portfolio councillors or their deputy, as opposed to just portfolio councillors. And section 10, the external communications protocol, will be deleted from the document as it currently is, and instead a new external communication protocol will be brought back for council for consideration in December, or before December. We may get it done for the next meeting. So I hope that satisfies your concerns, Councillor Vandervis. They were reasonable points. Thank you.
Righty-ho. Therefore, I will move this option. I'm just hoping that we can... Oh, sorry, Councillor Trebon.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Just checking with, early on, in the report, you've cited increased frequency of council meetings. I was just wondering if you had an indication of how frequent, basically.
We are currently building the meeting schedule for next year. The structure is that Thursdays will be either council meeting day, committee meeting day, or some kind of portfolio meeting, with council likely to be every 3 weeks, give or take. But we have to just balance that with July, when we try and give councillors a break, the annual plan and various other things. So that's the intention, is to build as much as we can, but that schedule is complicated, and we didn't want to jump the gun in case there was any change today. So Jackie has been working on that. We will hopefully have that to a meeting at the end of November.
That includes the community boards.
Indeed, so we have to feed in the community boards as well. They won't be on a Thursday, they will be a different day, and so that impacts. And then there are some meetings that we don't control the agendas of that we need to try and factor in as well, which includes Local Government New Zealand, Metro sector mayors, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Right, are we ready to go with... so I will... Oh, sorry, Councillor Walker.
Forgive me, I'm just trying to find it, but it's been annoying me, and you just need to be aware of the fact that on page 17 of 30, which it's number 16, it refers to the Deputy Chairperson of the Planning and Environment Committee. So that's a couple of trienniums ago, so that just needs to be amended. Sorry, it's just
so we got minor editorial
my proofreading.
So we have to just add...
Yep, sorry.
Sorry, we have to add F.
Just so you're aware, once the delegations are all written, we will get them legally reviewed, because we need to make sure that they're comprehensive and we don't inadvertently have double ups and or gaps.
We can't get it all up at once, so I will... Should we roll up to the top? Oh, we can, maybe? Or how's everyone's eyesight? I'll read it out, shall I? Oh, can you read it? I just want to make sure that before I will move, that Council notes the proposed governance structure for the 2025-28 triennium, including the introduction of a portfolio model with lead and deputy councillor roles. B, notes the term of reference portfolio document is adopted with the following changes. Amend point 9 to begin, lead portfolio councillors or their deputy will. Delete clause 10, noting that an external communication protocol will be brought back to council for consideration before December. B, notes that the economic development portfolio will be co-chaired by Councillor Andrew Sims. C, establishes the following standing committees for the 2025-28 triennium. 1, Policy and Planning Committee, Committee of the Whole. 2, Finance and Performance Committee, Committee of the Whole. 3, Te Pai Māori. 4, Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee. 5, Chief Executive Performance and Employment Committee. 6, Hearings Committee. D, notes that the governance operations arrangements will be reviewed after 1 year of operation. E, notes that hearing panels will be established as required during the triennium. F, authorises the Chief Executive to make minor changes. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Sorry. Oh, minor editorial.
Thanks.
Thank you. We have now moved into debate. I said what I wanted to say in my opening comments, and I thank you everybody for your questions and your feedback, and we will work to make this robust and successful. Councillor Vandervis.
Mayor Barker has said that we had too many committees, and she was right. Mayor Barker has also decided to pay most councillors the same, and I think she's been right in that as well. The issue about playing with remuneration as a way of trying to buy favour or discourage others has been unsuccessful in the past. So I'm pleased with both of those ideas. However, regarding the too many committees, we now have another 7 portfolios, as well as a new elevated Te Pai Maori committee, which I complained of many times because it was not formal, it was secret, it was not subject to the Local Government Act. It was a committee that basically did whatever it liked, and when I showed up to it, basically they just wanted me out. The fact that it's now going to be formalised is of concern to me, because I'm not convinced that the committee as it was is formalisable. I'm not convinced that the membership of it was ever robust, and I simply...
Point of order. 22C, irrelevance or incorrect? I would say that the Te Pai Māori relationship is very much central to our work, and I find that the councillor denigrating mana whenua.
I'll just call an adjournment. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? And I'm not going to uphold the point of order because it was the wrong number, unfortunately. However, I think there was just some misrepresentation about what I had said previously about Te Pai Māori, that it isn't new, and the Chief Executive Graham had talked about that it would be formal it would be legoimerable as well. Would you like to continue?
Thank you. So the too many committees, and we now have a situation where we have 7 more portfolios as well as a new Te Pai Maori. However that is going to turn out. And I look forward to seeing how that will turn out. My point is that the issue we had in the past was this competition for chairs of committees, competition for control of things, and that the far from actually curing this issue, we now have it considerably worse with all these extra leads as well as chairs, which I believe is going to create a real problem in terms of representation by all of us here equally around the table. I have a long experience of being excluded from any chair or position by previous mayors Cull and Hawkins, and the ability of the mayor to completely shut out an elected representative, a duly elected representative, especially a representative that was a serious mayoral contender, has been one that has been abused in the past by both mayors Cull and Hawkins. The difference between a lead and a deputy, in my opinion, is similar to that of the difference between a chair and a deputy, and it's pivotal, as future subcommittees will often be assembled on the basis of chair of or lead of, thus excluding all deputies. The deputy is thus an empty sop of a position with no utility that has been regularly used in the past to exclude elected representatives from subsequent subcommittees and chairs and leads forums. For this reason, I do not accept any deputy position, whether it be a deputy chair or a deputy, what is it now, portfolio. I don't believe that this structure that has been suggested by Mayor Barker is appropriate for this council. I don't believe that the expertise and experience around the table has at all been reflected in what I see as an excluding of political rivals situation. And it's not just me, it's also Councillor Sims, and I don't think that that is appropriate, not something that I can agree with, and will not be voting for this radical change to our City Council structure because of that.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, for your considered approach to the councillor governance of the DCC. You are simply exercising your right as you have been elected to do. We all need to consider a team game will be far more productive than an I am approach. At the end of the day, it will be business as usual, and I feel this refresh will provide more efficient, constructive meeting agendas that will speed up process and productivity. As no team was elected to council, we all sit here today as individuals. There is no I in team. All placements need to be approached with open minds and be the right fit for all concerned. I like that the structure and portfolios will be reviewed after 1 year. The strength of this council will be judged on our ability to work together. Division may make noise, but unity makes progress. So well done, Mayor Sophie. You're off to a great start. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is going to be the start of a long history, hopefully, of working with Councillor Lee, and this may be a moment in history that we are on the same page, the first moment. I agree with Councillor Lee's point, and when I look at the Finance Committee, I look at the Policy Planning Committee, and it says Committee of a Whole. The first thing I look at is who is the chair. The second thing is the deputy. So when it says Committee of the Whole, that I believe does not mean really anything. It is going to be who is the chair, and that is the lead. And I agree with Councillor Lee's point.
Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Weatherall, which is a rare thing, I might say. But I think this portfolio structure is a refresh that we can work with very positively. And I think the community will respond particularly well to this because it will give them clarity of who to go to, as the Mayor said. The Te Pai Māori elevation was something, in fact, I recall Councillor Vandervis talking about the need for Te Pai to be a standing committee and able to be leguimed and more formality in the structures. So this actually addresses that, in fact. And perhaps a leaf out of Councillor Sims' book around how we compromise, how we arrive at a decision that works for everybody. And thank you for that, Councillor Sims, because if this council is going to be collegial and collaborative and work for the city and serve the people of the city, it is up to us to start off as we mean to continue. And starting off in a divisive way is not at all helpful to this. So I encourage everybody to view this in a collaborative, collegial way and work through how we're going to make this work for the city. So thank you, Your Worship. You've started us off well, and it's up to us how successful this is.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers and Councillor Reddick.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sophie. Yeah, I'm particularly pleased to see health on the agenda as one of the strategic areas for this new council, because I think you'll find that our citizens will come to elected representatives about problems in the health system. And I think hopefully this is echoed around the country. Other councils may have health on their strategic area of concern and speak out on health issues.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick and Councillor Lund.
Yes, interestingly, I agree with Councillor Witherell and with Councillor Gary, because I think this is a fascinating new way of looking at things, and the best way to find out about whether something's going to work is to give it a try. And so I think that's the best we can do, is embrace it, embrace the idea, and just as was mentioned, Councillor Sims has set the spirit of conciliation and working together and figuring out a solution that will work, a compromise that is workable. And so I think the better and the more that councillors can discuss things with each other and work out compromise solutions that will work for everyone would bode well for getting rid of some of the entrenched attitudes that we have seen in the past, and Councillor Vandervis referred to some of those perhaps, but I think I live in hope that this will be very useful for bringing us and the public closer together.
Thank you. Councillor Lund.
Thank you. I note that Councillor Gary talked about that the council needs to be Gary. Apologies. The council needs to be collaborative and collegial, and we just heard from Councillor Raddick that we need to work out some compromises. And my first suggestion is that we've just heard from Councillor Vandervis, who made a lot of substantive and very valid points, and I would suggest to him that in the spirit of working out a compromise and collaboration, he might want to think about moving an amendment to make him the co-chair of the Infrastructure Committee, just like the way that Mayor Sophie has worked with Councillor Sims, and I applaud her for that, to find a solution. Because I do think that we must be aware that the voters have spoken, that there was a noticeable change in the composition of the council, and it is at the first iteration of the appointments, it was fairly easy to draw the conclusion that these newly elected councillors with skills in financial and infrastructure and economic development, who are looking for savings for ratepayers, clearly posed a threat to the existing order that in recent years has dominated the council's decision making. So, there are a number of us who put ourselves forward for election to help elevate Dunedin out of political and economic dysfunction and create change. And the election results show that the Dunedin ratepayers have had enough. So we have competing agendas around the table, but I do think that we cannot be sidelined. That those of us in that group feel that we have been sidelined, and I would urge Councillor Vandervis to make that amendment.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to mihi Councillors Raddick, Gary and Weatherall on the spirit of collaboration. I think we really have a good opportunity here with this triennium. I did want to speak to the point that Councillor Vandervis made regarding deputies of portfolios. They are defined as using or having the responsibility of shared leadership. I think it's fairly self-explanatory that empowers the deputy position, and if indeed we are to be SOPs, I can see how we can be effective ones given that. I'd also like to address Councillor Lunn's point. We can't use vote count as a means of informing council decisions. It doesn't bear scrutiny. If we are to rank councillors based on their vote count as though it has some reflection of their ability, it goes against the Local Government Act, and I just don't think it holds up as a method of informing our composition. Kia ora.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you. And I just, listening to what Councillor Weatherall and Councillor Gary said, the credit for the compromise in economic development belongs to Mayor Sophie, not to me. The second thing, though, is also something that Mayor Sophie said, was that the essential element of these portfolios is that someone, and this is in support of what Councillor Vandervis has said, that being recognised by the community as the go-to person in a particular field is essential to the success of the outcome. And that was what was important to me. What was important to me is that if a particular developer or business owner or tourist operator had a problem, that they felt that they could come to me or to Sophie, but as the go-to person. And I think that's what perhaps Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Lund are alluding to, is that is an essential component of this, particularly in some areas more than others, but even in the area of homelessness, for instance, I know exactly who the go-to person is, but it's important that the community knows who the go-to person is as well. And I think that's what's the lead, deputy lead is not just a nuance, it actually is a communication to the community of who the go-to person is, and I think that needs consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sophie. Sorry, I'm still typing some notes down here. Listen, it's interesting listening to some other viewers, but I think it's also worth remembering that when the election's over, we're all equals. That's the very point, and that's what underlies the STV system. That's the very premise on which it was developed and created. And for some of us who've been here a few times before, sometimes that's hard to take. And I sit here as somebody who has been on the receiving end many a time, but we won't go there. Listen, change is always a wee bit disconcerting, doesn't matter what it is. And we've got some changes now to the structure of how this organisation will work. And I, like a bunch of you, probably including the Mayor, actually have no idea how the portfolio system will work or pan out. But I am prepared to get in behind it and see how it works for the benefit of the city, the job for which I was elected to do. Yes, as the councillor next to me has pointed out, I am busy. I have 8 outside orgs, I think more than anybody else, but I've always been a busy councillor. Whether or not I've been given stuff or not, I've made myself busy, and don't forget that, guys. You can make yourself busy as a councillor despite what you get given by the Mayor. And I'll also be working hard in partnership with my portfolio deputy, actually, making sure that he's also bloody busy and fully included and at the front and centre of everything we plan to champion, progress, and make relevant in the environment and youth portfolio. And we've already had some discussions about some funky plans, And I'm glad I've got a young'un who understands some of the techie stuff, because I won't be doing it. To be honest, I already see opportunities within the portfolio system that didn't actually exist under the previous committee structure. And I'll be, again, along with my deputy, working to see how we can use the new system to benefit the community in the ways we think are correct and viable. And like Councillor Weatherall, I think you hit the nail on the head, actually. I take solace also that within this, embedded in this, is a review after 1 year. And I have no doubt that after a year, when we review this, we will see some tweaks and changes and shifting. That's what an iterative process does. But like most of us round here, I'm newly elected. We have a great city, a great opportunity, and I'm really hoping and praying as an atheist that we can work together to progress the city forward once and for all, guys. Come on, let's do this together. Let's be a collective of 15 that works to make Otapoti the best small city in the world. Thank you.
Councillor Ong, you only get to speak once. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and I would like to reiterate Councillor Walker's comments there at the end, is that we are here all, we've sworn the oath to do our best for Dunedin, and I would like to congratulate you, Mayor Sophie, because I know that you have done a lot of research, you've put a lot of thought into this, and I think this council has been elected on change, and if nothing changes, nothing changes. And I think it's also very big of you to say we're going to review it in a year. You put this up, and it's your idea, and it's for us to support you and to make it work, and to say that we're going to review it in a year. I think that's fantastic. If I can just make two comments on some of the issues that have been raised. Councillor Ong raised the comment about the Chair of Finance. I'm a qualified chartered accountant, and I know Mayor Sophie spoke to me about being the Chair of the committee based on my qualifications. And I would like to comment on Councillor Vandervis's mention of a deputy being a SOP. I would like to think that I was not a SOP to you as a deputy when I was your deputy last traineum, and I thought that I felt very included and my opinions very valued, and I would like to think that the same would happen in this traineum. Councillor Vandervis, along with you very much, as has been mentioned already about Te Pai, you're concerned that it was seen as some secret committee, that I think Mayor Sophie's idea to actually identify and recognise it as a committee of council actually answers your concerns, and I think that is a really good point. And I don't think it was also mentioned that she's trying to exclude her political rivals. Mayor Sophie, really, this idea of this portfolios is to include everybody and to work together as one team, and I would like to think, as Councillor Walker said, and I thought Councillor Weatherall spoke excellently, is about this is what we're here to do and to work together, and I too have high hopes that we can be one team and do the best for Dunedin, which is, at the end of the day, I think why we all put our hand up to stand and why we're sitting around this table today, because we want the best for Dunedin, and let's do that over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall, then Councillor Lofiso.
This document sets out a really constructive and empowering framework. It recognises the effective governance isn't just about meeting and reports, but relationships, leaderships and vision. The portfolio system gives councillors the opportunity to truly connect with the community, champion meaningful causes and influence the long-term direction of Dunedin. It strikes a thoughtful balance between accountability and collaboration.
Thank you, Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to echo congratulations and thanks to you for this mahi, and kamahi nui kia koe. I, like colleagues, am in the absence of any, the going back to the traditional structure, I am a bit apprehensive. My key apprehensions relate to all the work that was done in the grants review by the community, and also in the strategies reviews, but particularly about the social wellbeing strategy. So I'm fearful that incredible energy and voluntary energy will be lost. So I do hope that will be picked up somewhere and incorporated into our work going forward. And other than that, I like others, I'm prepared to give it a go. So thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone has spoken. I just want to adjourn for a second to take some advice before we put the motion. Seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Meeting in the second, we've just got an adjustment on D. Notes that Councillor Vandervis has declined the Deputy Leader of Infrastructure portfolio and the Deputy Chair of Finance. So I will just use my right of reply very quickly. Oh, is there another one? Is it audit and risk?
All deputy roles.
All deputy roles. Right. So in reply, thank you, councillors. I think we addressed Councillor Vandervis's comments about Te Pai is now a formal, legitimable meeting. That I do not agree that a deputy is a sop of a position. We will all be working together, as many councillors have said, including Councillor Weatherall. This is a team game. We hope to speed up progress and productivity, and unity makes progress, and we were looking for unity around the table. Councillor Ong, I think, was a little bit perhaps confused about the voting system. When we have a committee of the whole, there are 15 people around the table, and there are 15 votes around the table. Councillor Gary, thank you for start off as we mean to go on and about being collaborative and collegial. Councillor Chambers, you talked about the importance of health, which is vital, which is shown by your own election onto our council as well. Councillor Raddick, thank you for your, in the spirit of solutions, give it a try, and that yes, we are trying to do something new, and that change is challenging often. Councillor Lund, co-chair competing agendas around the table. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand my note, but thank you for your comments. Thank you, Councillor Treadwell, for talking about collaboration. Thank you, Councillor Sims, for talking about going to a person, whether they're the lead or the deputy in a field. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for talking about once the election is over, we are all equals. And it's certainly not about the number of organisations that people are on, it's about the different amounts of work, and that's what we've tried to balance. The staff did a job over the last few months to try and figure out which each organisation, how many hours and what work was required, so that helps balance that up. Also, I think Deputy Mayor Lucas, you talked about working as a team, and that is part of our training and our work together to work as a team and be inclusive. Councillor Hall talked about relationships, leadership and vision. Councillor Fiso, thank you for raising grants of use, strategy review and keeping the voluntary energy. Change is challenging. I note that a number of you talked about the review in 1 year, and we'll certainly be reviewing this and working together to see how it works, and also I'd encourage everybody to look at other systems for other councils to see how they work. So I will now take the vote.
Division, please.
Division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No. Recorded, please.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Barker.
Aye.
Sorry. Carried 13-2.
Right, we'll move on to item 7, councillor appointments to outside organisations, which you can find on the main agenda, page 20. And I will quickly speak to this report, because it relates back to the previous report that we've just had. I just want to thank all of the councillors that put their interests forward. Some areas were more interesting to others than councillors, for serving on the outside organisations. There are incredibly valuable connections between our communities and councils, and also fulfil some of the deeds that we have there. For myself personally, I especially enjoyed the Gasworks and the Otaru Sister City Committee. They were great collaborations, insights and connections, and I know that both of those worked well for them as me being the person going back to council and sorting out any issues that they had. There's still some wrinkles to be sorted out with some of the terms of reference. I'll give an example of the Heritage Fund, which needs to be sorted. We had now we have 4 councillors on it. Previously we were going to have 2. So the Heritage Fund I intended to chair for another 2 meetings for continuity, because we had 3 new outside members and then we would have a whole lot of new councillors. So it was my intention just to chair that for a couple of meetings and then hand that over. The destination management plan is another example. We had a different terms of reference for that, so some of the terms of reference need to be tidied up and those will come back to council as well. Thank you to the councillors that put their hands up for community board appointments as well. I worked to balance the appointments and the workload with personal commitments, and also what I knew about the various outside organisations and how much work there was there. The description of the role is generally governance support. Often these organisations need some support with governance, and as we're all getting supremely well trained in the next while, that will certainly be there to support those organisations where there is different varying degrees of governance. To liaise with the council as well, that was useful for me when I was with the gasworks as well. Remember the chimney? That was useful when we were having some challenges around that chimney and sorting that out, and also updating the council and the councillors themselves. And I think I mentioned in one of my emails about whether there are events going on in some of these organisations. It would be great for the person that is connected to the organisations to invite councillors along, because those organisations are always very grateful. Now, has anybody got any questions? Councillor Lund.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. In relation to the Heritage Fund, you did mention that that there were 4 councillors and that included yourself, and that you were going to hand that over. Am I correct that you're intending to hand that over to me as the 4th councillor?
Yes, that was correct. Yeah, and we will bring that back to a meeting so that we have the technicalities there. The staff will be working on a report around that, because the trust deed is very old. It's a part of heritage itself. So we'll be bringing that back as well, just for clarification. Are there any other questions? Excellent. Would anybody like to... Oh, I've already spoken. So would anybody like to speak to the motion? Oh, thank you for seconding it. Thank you. I did say call for a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Would anybody like to speak to it? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Just move on to elected member remuneration. Supplementary 1, agenda page 20. CEO will speak to that.
Councillors, I'll have the GSO put up. There's an amended recommendation. Has Lynn got that? Yep. Have you sent it through? Yeah. So sorry, there's an amended with Councillor Vandervis declining his 2 roles of responsibility. It means that there is a slight tweak now required to the remuneration to meet the guidelines. And so Lynn is just getting it up, I hope. Good. And I just also want to point out an error of drafting. Apologies, Councillor. In the report, paragraph 10 should have stopped. The Deputy Mayor's role wasn't worked out, the salary was not worked out using a ratio, it was worked out using a dollar figure. That's why there's $8 on that role. It's an odd number, but that was the balancing number that was required, so to make sense of the pool. Do you need me to resend it to you, Lynn, or have you got it?
I just wonder if you might like to explain especially for new councillors, about the remuneration
Sure.
pool and
Yep.
the rules around it?
Absolutely. There's a remuneration pool. The mayor's salary is not part of that. So the mayor's salary, circa 190,000, is separate and allocated directly by the Remuneration Authority. They then allocate a pool for the remuneration of councillors that must be fully allocated. So we have no discretion. There is a minimum allowance payable to councillors, which is $84,496. So none of you can be paid less than that. And then that leaves a balance with 14 of you and a pool of 1.436 million. So the balance has to be allocated based on whatever the council chooses. The mayor had indicated that with everyone having roles of responsibility, to allocate it evenly. Now that Councillor Van der Vis has declined those roles, it's not quite uniformly equitable, and there is a slight change that needs to be made to meet the requirements of the Remuneration Authority. So we'll have one councillor paid at 84,496, which is the minimum, and the difference has been now recalculated across the 12 councillors who have, no, 13 councillors, 12, who have 12, because the Deputy Mayor's out, the 12 councillors who have roles with responsibilities. So that is why the numbers are slightly different from that. So essentially, there's been $1,000 added, give or take, to each of the councillor roles. I'm happy to take questions. It's technical. The balance has to come to zero. The Deputy Mayor's salary has been used as the balancing figure, the $8.
Does anyone have any questions around that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker will second. We've now moved into debate, and as the mover, I think the report covers it very well. The Chief Executive talked about how the pool works. There is a spreadsheet that is used for the pool. In my just thoughts around how we would allocate portfolios and roles, that was expressly to have equity of remuneration for councillors, because I felt very strongly about that. However, the Remuneration Authority also feels strongly about what are extra responsibilities and what are the job descriptions around that. So unfortunately, with Councillor Van der Vis refusing declining the extra portfolio role, that has resulted in some redistribution of funds. And would anybody else like to speak? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
No. Recorded, please.
Abstentions? That is carried. I think we should have a quick adjourn for a cup of tea and a bathroom break. Thank you, seconded Councillor Fee. So 10 minutes. So that means being back at, can we make it 3:45? I'm giving you 12 minutes. All those in favour say aye. Yes, that is carried. Item 13, which is the Albany Street Connection Project. There is on updated supplementary agenda 2 on page 4. So I welcome to the table Ms Sandy Graham, Ms Janine Benson and Mr Simon Spears, who will speak to the report. We also have in attendance Mr Michael Garbutt and Ms Carolyn Canton to respond to any technical queries.
Indeed, and councillors, thank you. I just want to acknowledge the efforts staff have gone to get this report in front of you. Mr McLean, unfortunately, is unwell, but he did a lot of the grunt on this, but can't join us. I'm not going to speak to the report in any detail, but you'll see there, for a range of circumstances, including the emergence of an alternative option, the information we now have as a result of the tender price and the challenges that provides around the budget. There are a range of options that are now available, and we are seeking guidance from council about that. We've got staff who can answer any range of questions, we hope, and we're expecting a great number of them.
I shall take a list of questions. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I think this is a question maybe for Ms Benson or Mr Spears. In point number 10 on page number 5, we talk about the NZTA contribution being the agreed 1.53 million. So with the tender prices coming in above the budget, does the NZTA share increase if we, if I mean, the budget was 3 million. If the budget was 10 million, would it then go to 5.1 million, if you see what I'm saying? Does that increase proportionally?
So, no, if it was 10 million above, no. If there's no perfect answer to that, Councillor Lucas, but I'd say of that scale, it'll be in negotiation with the NZTA. Yep.
Can I ask the question slightly differently then? Based on the numbers that we see in the confidential agenda, are we likely to be able to negotiate a changed NZTA subsidy?
I would anticipate we are.
Just a quick follow-on question from that. The NZTA subsidy is 51%, so would it be an expectation that in the negotiations that you would be negotiating for that 51% of any increased amount? Okay, thank you. Councillor Lund.
Thank you. I have 6 questions. The first one is a technical one. From the tender schedules that you've received, are you able to confirm to the nearest $20,000 the value of the 2 pedestrian crossings that's included in the scope of the work at the new residential college and at the clubs and societies? Has the schedule broken that down to that detail?
I think, Janine, if you can answer whether the schedule is that detailed but not divulge the number.
No, I think can we change on that?
Sure. I, of course, would be very keen to see that tender schedule. I don't know if that's a question to the CEO or to you, but like an answer on that.
That's a part of the procurement process and won't be provided?
So my first question in the report, and thank you for the report, I know it was very rushed, but I'm concerned firstly about what's not in the report, and that is that there's no mention of any threat of legal action from the existing Albany Street owners, and that's not been included that I can see when considering the pros and cons of the various options.
I'm happy to answer that. Yes, there's been a threat of legal action, but it's just a threat. We get people saying they're going to take legal action all the time. So we've received a letter outlining, and it's been mentioned before, outlining a range of concerns that people potentially have, but there is no active legal proceedings in relation to this.
Would the council's position change if there was legal, like a confirmation of a legal challenge in the very near future?
I'll let Mr. Garbutt answer that.
Yes, I can speak to that. I've received on Council's behalf and provided to the CE a threat and legal proceedings focusing on the decision making of Councillor O'Malley at the last meeting. That was the nature of the concern. There was a suggestion that they were preparing High Court proceedings. My advice to you is that you now have a paper in front of the new council and you're being asked to make a new decision, and it's entirely open to this council to make a fresh decision looking at the options that are before you. From a legal perspective, it's good that you do that, and then any proceedings focusing on the last decision, in our view, would be overtaken by the new decision. So I encourage you to get on and make a decision on one of the options that have been put before you by staff.
Next question is, in paragraph 26 of the report, it states that there is sufficient headroom this financial year to accommodate the potential budget overspending. But isn't it correct that this is primarily because there were delays in this year's overall capital spending, and that the money that's available would be taken from other projects, would have to be spent next year? So in effect, we're only saving interest for a year.
So, Councillor Lund, we have a situation at the moment in our renewals budget that we haven't let a contract for our footpaths and curbs work, and we are looking at letting that contract next year. So that's put us a little bit behind in that renewals area. We are doing our best to try and use that co-funding and do some good work in what's called rehabilitation of roads, which is good long-term asset management. But that is the non-spent in the footpaths and curbs is the reason why we have that headroom.
But it is still going to happen next year at some point. Yeah. Okay. My next question is just around in paragraph 29, where you talk about option 2, which was a value engineering option, so effectively the existing scheme with some cuts. And you'd noted, or the author had noted there, that the co-funding would not be compromised under that scenario. So my question to you, isn't it reasonable to assume that if you believe that the NZTA would wait, would be a delay with this change scenario, then we could also be logical to assume that they'd also wait for a lesser cost option that will satisfy the concerns of a great number of the submitters?
Councillor, if we value engineer the current option, we're still delivering a direct bi-directional cycleway and the pedestrian improvement, so it'll still be consistent with what was put forward in the business case. We'd have to, for the proposed solution, which is quite different for pedestrians and cyclists, we'd have to reevaluate that and probably have to go back and get some feedback from NZTA.
Understood, but there'd still be some delay with option 2, wouldn't there?
I think, Councillor Nunn, that would be fair, because obviously there's a little bit of time in value engineering something.
Look, I understand, and that would indicate that it would be, the time frame would be under pressure to achieve the time frames you're wanting to get the resealing and the work done. So my next question is around paragraph 33. And that refers to the NZTA benefit cost ratio. Could you just explain that, please?
It's one of my favourite topics. So the NZTA benefit cost ratio is based on how much things cost and what the dollar benefits are. So the dollar benefits in the NZTA world are normally around carbon emissions, safety, and getting people, and health benefits, people biking, there's health benefits associated with that. So essentially you take the cost of that, the cost of the project, and you take the benefits that have been turned into monetary benefits through the NZTA Economic Evaluation Manual, and you put the two together and you hope that you get a BCR that is above 1.
Right. So obviously, if we had the same benefit for substantially lesser cost, our benefit cost ratio would increase, would be more favourable.
If you had the same benefit for substantially less cost, on the face of it, yes.
So it would be fair and logical to say that NZTA are intensely interested in cost and providing the best possible result for the lowest possible cost to get the highest benefit cost ratio.
I think benefit cost ratio, yes, but I'm going to caveat that that NZTA will only co-fund things that align with what's called the Government Policy Statement on Land Transport. Now that comes out every 3 years, and so it's a series of strategic objectives that the NZTA wants to achieve, and whenever you are applying for funding, what you want to do has to line up with that. That's your first point.
Microphone, Janine.
Have you had any contact with Transit in relation to the what we'll call the McKnight option for the cycleway?
No, we haven't.
Would you agree that the option 3, which is the pedestrian safety improvements to Albany Street, but excluding the cycleway, would result in a much simpler and much less complex, overall project, including the resealing, and there would be a lot less traffic management, project management, and site P&G costs?
I guess it's not my place to really have an opinion on that, Councillor. It was the Albany Street project was in the 2021 Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Programme, as envisaged as it is today, and that's what we're working to.
But I think, JB, I think if a pared back project, almost by definition, would be a simpler project, wouldn't it? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. That's my point.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a couple of questions that have stemmed out of that. Actually, when is the next RLTP?
The next regional land transport plan will start that process in the middle of next calendar year.
And remembering, of course, as just been mentioned, that this stemmed out of 2021, the Shaping Dunedin Future Transport stuff. Is it fair commentary that some of the confidential information that I won't reveal, some of that increase is simply inflationary? I don't know if that's, are you able to answer that?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Councillor Vandervis, then Councillor Gary.
When NZTA look at the carbon emissions, do they look at the carbon emissions over the long term of, vehicles using it and travelling at a more consistent speed, or do they also look at the carbon emissions from construction, all the tar, seal and diesel that goes into actually making these big changes?
So NZTA, when they're evaluating carbon emissions as part of the NZTA Economic Evaluation Manual, it tends to be on mode shift, Councillor Vandervis. So how many people are getting out of their car and onto a bike or another form, and then monetising that benefit. Not they don't tend to look at construction activity.
So the enormous carbon footprint of all the asphalt and all the diesel and everything else that goes into construction doesn't get looked at?
So we do look at that in our tender evaluation. So that is one of the questions that we do ask our Tier 1 contractors, what they're doing to divert waste from landfill and what they're doing to reduce carbon emissions, either through the vehicles or through recycling materials, or so we do ask that in our tenders.
Okay. You've said that you haven't checked with NZTA on how they would view the McKnight much cheaper shared path down the Leith. Why haven't you?
We've only got a very high-level concept. If we would go back to NZTA and look at sort of funding options and how they'd review it, we need a much more robust design. They would see this as a significant scope change both for cyclists and pedestrians. So all I've seen to date is a paragraph and a line on a map.
And I'd add to that, Councillor, that the entire point of coming to you today is to seek direction, and if we get direction that and I'll call it the McKnight option, for want of a better word, that is of interest to you for progression, then we would start to do that work. But at the minute, we've got a council resolution around the Albany Street Connection project as it currently is.
The council resolution as it currently is, I understand, has gone significantly over budget. Are we allowed to know how much the significantly over budget is?
Councillor Vandervis, you have a confidential paper that has that information in it. If you would like to talk in detail about that, I would ask the Mayor move into non-public, but you have that information.
I just wanted to check whether or not it's possible for that to be made public.
It is not.
Councillor Gary, Reddick, Sims, Lund.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms Benson, Mr Spears, I just want to check something for clarity with you. So this co-funding is under the previous government's policy. If we were to apply for a similar project now under the current government's policy, it would unlikely to be funded?
So yes, so the Albany Street, for clarity, the Albany Street Connection project received co-funding based on the last government policy statement on land transport. Subsequent, we've had a change in government, so we've had a new government policy statement on land transport, and that is significantly different from the last one. I probably don't need to tell anyone in this room that it doesn't, that it does tend to favour rehabilitating the road and potholes and things like that. And so, yes, it is significantly different from the one that this project was stood up under.
So that leads me to my next question, which is, if, say for just argument's sake, we were to take the cycleway out and look at the alternative proposal, that would affect the BCR considerably, would it not? And we would risk the funding because of taking that that would be a major design change, a major scope change.
Most of the monetised benefits are in growing cycling numbers through the direct connection between the state highways and down Albany Street. I can't speculate on what some design changes might have, but if we had to put a new business case on or put in a significant scope change, we probably would lose the co-funding.
And so in that case, it would be redistributed somewhere else. We wouldn't be able to use it for another project. So that's one question. And my second question is, we had a question earlier on, or comment around the resealing. Could you just explain to us why there's an efficiency in resealing at the same time as carrying out this project?
So everyone knows that traffic management costs are quite a large chunk of your overall cost when it comes to doing construction in the road corridor. We currently sit somewhere between about 10% to 12% of our overall costs in traffic management. So if we can do the resealing at the same time, potentially doing the work that we need to do on Albany Street and buddying it up with resealing maybe days and nights, that would definitely have some benefit from a cost perspective in terms of the efficiency, but also from a disruption perspective.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. So if cycles are removed entirely from a road, wouldn't that have a significant effect of reducing the likelihood of crashes and clashes with cars?
It depends what you mean by removed, because if it's still a preferred route, cyclists would still use that route, so there'd still be the same level of risk. But if it was a preferential route and they took that route, then that would mitigate some of the risk, yes.
In line with what Mr McKnight was saying, being a very active cyclist himself, and as his whole family is, he certainly considers the Leith Stream option a very attractive one, and I myself, as a recreational cyclist, do favour going on fully separated paths in a more scenic environment, as opposed to going to work and doing battle with cars. So putting that path down putting the cycleway down the banks of the Leith, would that, given that Mr McKnight is correct in his assessment that it's much more attractive, wouldn't that contribute to mode shift? Because
I can't speculate because we haven't assessed the feasibility of that. Just can't comment, sorry.
And, well, I have a couple of comments because I have been down to the Minerva on-off ramp for the shared path.
Councillor Reddick.
I was going to ask a question.
Oh, you were going to ask a question, go for it.
Yes, and what I noticed that there was many more cyclists at that point, at that juncture, coming on and off the Harbour Shared Path, but then they were disappearing in other directions and weren't coming down or from Albany Street. So given that it's only one observation at one particular time in the evening time when people are likely to go for a ride, does that speak to the wider attractiveness of the Harbour Shared Path, but also the likely attractiveness of a path down the banks of the Leith?
Again, we haven't done the feasibility, so we don't know how attractive it would be. One of the things we'd have to consider is that Leith connection doesn't connect to the state highways or to George Street. So that would need to be considered as part of the feasibility, but I just can't speculate, sorry.
And what about the fact that it would connect to Leith Street, which would enable north-south connections, additional north-south connections along quiet streets. Would that be similar? Would that add to the cyclist safety?
We've already identified Leith Street as a potential slow or safer space that cyclists could use, and that will be investigated more through the State Highway project.
Are you saying that there is, possibilities for safer travel, but also and less risk, but also desirability?
If we were to engineer that in, yes, definitely.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor, and hi. I, as being new to the table, I still can't get my head around, and I don't know that we've had a straight answer regarding the NZTA co-funding, and that concerns me greatly because at previous discussions and in media speculation since then, that threat of losing the NZTA co-funding has been weaponised, if you like, for those that are seeking to push this project onwards, and yet we haven't been able to get a definitive answer that if we re-engineered the project, or to what degree of re-engineering the project would trigger a new process. Now, my understanding is that neither project, if we went to the government today, would be co-funded. So the proposed Albany Street cycleway would not be, ignoring, if we went fresh today and said, we want to do this, they'd say, well, you're on your own because it doesn't fit with the government policy statement. But what there seems to be is and the bit that I'm really struggling to understand is that some people seem to be saying if we take the cycle path from Albany Street and put it up the Leith stream, that we would lose that co-funding. But nobody seems to know the answer to that. And do we, and not only that, nobody seems to be able to want to put a risk percentage on that to say, we have a slight risk that they might say, no, that's not acceptable, or we've got a large risk. So I'm just trying to get a simple assessment of how real that risk is.
So I'll start, Councillor, because I think staff have provided you the information they have, and certainly haven't been the ones that have been weaponising this information. Okay, so just so we're really clear, because I don't want any sense that staff haven't been straight, and on that basis Janine will be as straight as she can, but I think they've already answered this question, which is we're not really sure when it comes to the McKnight proposal because we haven't done the work. But you jump in, Janine.
Yeah, so Sandy's right. We're absolutely not sure because we don't know what kind of benefits the McKnight proposal would give us, which we would need to balance out the costs to give us a BCR to determine whether whether it would be co-funded. So we just don't know that, Councillor Sims. We just don't know that.
That's the dilemma for staff with this alternative proposal and an approved council position that is different. So that's the guidance we're seeking, because it wouldn't be proper for us to go and investigate something entirely different, chasing money when we've already got a project where we've got some money from the government.
Sorry, I don't wish to labour the point, but the part of the prior discussion to today is around timing as well, saying if we muck around, the NZTA are going to come down and say, look, forget about it, we're going to take that money and go and spend it on the North Shore of Auckland or whatever. Is that a risk? And secondly, are you saying that if the BCR of the McKnight proposal was greater, equal or greater to the BCR of the current project, then we would be entirely confident that the NZTA funding would remain?
So if we're just rewinding to my previous comments about the government policy statement, so we applied for Albany Street as it stands under the previous government policy statement on land transport. That has changed with the current government, and I'll be honest, it doesn't favour cycling. Yeah, the current government policy statement does not favour cycling. So there are two things that you have to do when you're getting NZTA co-funding. You have to align with the government policy statement on land transport, and you have to get a positive benefit cost ratio. Now, if you can't get past that first one, the government policy statement on land transport, you might as well forget about the second one. The current government policy statement on land transport is very favourable to me doing rehabilitations, reseals, filling in potholes, very favourable to that, but it is not favourable to other modes of transport.
Yeah, sorry, I understand that. What I don't understand, I mean, neither project would qualify under the current government. So are we risking restarting the project? Are they saying, well, that's a completely different project, therefore we're going to look at it under the existing government policy statement? Or would we likely to say, look, we think this is a better idea, it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be better, we don't have to chop trees down, this is a great idea? Are they likely to say, that's fine with us, we'll carry on?
There is quite a risk that they would see it as quite a differently scoped project that's different to the point of entry that we put in. So there is a risk that they would say you would need to put in a new business case as a new project. Now, we can't speak, that's just speculation, but it is a significant risk, I think, yes.
Can I just, I have two questions. Just recently the council, I just want to check, did we adopt the Ōtepoti Pathways Plan and the Albany Street connection was identified as a missing link as part of that strategic plan? Would that be correct?
We're going to go out for consultation on Ōtepoti, so we brought our initial thinking on it to you, but it will come back as a document for consultation, and it is one of the missing connections, yes.
Thank you. And my next question is just, I don't know if I'm asking you to speculate, but given that we had Mr. Roy come and say that this is the fourth time that he's come in since 2021, I think, in support of this project, have you got any estimation of how much staff time and hours have gone into getting the project thus far? And I hate to put you on the spot, but...
Significant is all I can say.
Okay.
Honestly, can tracked.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Lund.
Thank you, Mr. Spears. You noted that the proposed scheme doesn't go to George Street, which was I believe a fundamental idea with the present east-west connection. Isn't it true that this scheme doesn't go to George Street? It stops at the Museum Reserve.
Yes, that is correct. It takes people through to the state highway connection. We did have designs to take it straight through to George Street, but we hadn't fully consulted on them, so that would have to be considered at a later date. But it does connect to the state highways, which is the fundamental aspect. Sorry.
Just following on from that, you'd noted, and I'm really gratified to hear it, that we are looking at Leith Street as a very strong option for a slower, safe path street shared space. In your technical experience, would you not agree that would be a very easy solution to connect the Leith Street from Albany Street to St Andrew Street at the effectively at the top end of the railway station, to provide a connection to the railway station and the CBD at minimal cost?
I won't speculate on cost, but it could be achieved, yes.
Would it be achieved very easily?
I couldn't answer that on the spot, sorry, but we would have to come back to you on that.
My next question is around just the existing tender. Can you confirm if the two bids received were from Tier 1 contractors?
Just looking at I can't confirm that in public, I'm sorry. If you want that confirmed, I'm happy to go into non-public. I've got my procurement manager over there who's giving me a shake or a nod, and that was a shake.
Understood. And I understand from a prior briefing that the lowest price conforming price was not used for this bid.
It's fine to talk about the methodology because that. No, we didn't.
Could you just say what exactly it was?
PQM, price quality method.
Serge, if you're going to speak, I think it'd be helpful if you just come up in case there are questions. Councillors, this is Mr. Serge Coleman, who, no, your correct title, Serge runs our procurement team, but your title is, there, Procurement and Contract Manager.
Sorry, it was PQM, price quality method, which...
Are you saying that there's no ability for council to deliver this project or the option 3 project under a lowest price conforming?
No, lowest price would have been an option, but we chose not to choose that option.
Isn't it true that you had a project in the peninsula in recent months that was done on the same basis, that was lesser cost, but you received a price from a local contractor for hundreds of thousands of dollars less, but chose under the PQM method to award it to a different contractor?
Now, so we're not going to answer that question, Councillor. This is about Albany Street, not procurement methods. That question wasn't reasonable.
I understood, withdrawn. But what I would say is, isn't it true that council's experience with PQM methods is that we are paying at times substantial or significant premium over the actual lowest cost received from reputable tenderers?
That is exactly the intent of PQM.
That we would pay significant premiums.
Sorry, no, it's to identify the premium that you would like to pay for the higher quality that you get. That's what it's trying to assess.
We probably don't need to get into a debate about that now, but I would say that the lowest price, this is a relatively straightforward project, and we could have, the lowest price conforming could have yielded a substantial saving. And if the project was retendered, we could capture that saving.
Is that a question?
Would you agree with that?
I can't comment on that because we haven't tendered it that way. So.
Okay, Councillor Reddick.
Yes, a couple of questions. In terms of safety, was the interaction between pedestrians and two side-by-side lanes of cyclists considered in terms of the business case for Albany Street? Because one of the reasons why cyclists are banned from the inner campus area is the interaction that cyclists have had in the past with pedestrians, and someone was knocked over and injured. And when if there's two lanes of cycleway, two cycle lanes were put in on one side of the road, and then students have to walk across that, and we'll be walking across 8,000 students a day walking across those two lanes of cyclists. Cyclists are very quiet, and they often don't get seen, and of course they're coming from two directions. Was the safety aspect of that considered in the business case for this Albany Street connection, do you know?
It's considered in the designs, and with the pedestrian crossings, the cyclists have to give way to the pedestrians at the desire lines where most people are crossing the road.
Did that make a significant difference to the benefit cost ratio for the project?
The potential, under the last GPS, the potential to grow cycling numbers, which is part of the rationale for the separated cycleways, was a significant part in this BCR.
But if we're to look at the alternate proposal, which is going down the Leith Stream, that might be more attractive and they actually achieve more mode shift.
Again, I can't speak to that just because we haven't assessed the feasibility of it. Sorry.
And similarly have less interaction. The point of entry and point of exit for the two cycleway possibilities, so Albany Street as planned, which is from the off-ramp at Minerva Street, presumably, to the Museum Reserve. Is that a correct entry and exit point for the cycling part of the project?
Yeah, so you enter the connection by the museum reserve off the state highway or adjacent street, and then yes, you exit along Minerva Street, although obviously you can enter and exit wherever you wish.
Yes, but from start to finish, Minerva Street, that takes you to the harbour connection. And so coming down the bank of the Leith and then along Leith Street, and then you would end up at the same place, the Harbour Reserve. So the entry and exit points are the same. Is that right? You happy with that?
Again, I haven't really fully assessed the alternative design. I've seen it from along Leith Street. I'm not sure how it connects from Leith to the Museum Reserve. I'm just not aware, sorry.
Sure, but given that the entry and exit points are the same, to me, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't look at it with the same lens. Entry and exit points are the same, but increased safety and reduced interactions, not only with cyclists, but not only with reduced interactions with pedestrians and reduced interactions with cars for the cyclists.
Councillor Radich, we have said before that we haven't had time to assess the McKnight proposal. It's come very recently, and so for us to sit here and speculate on what is good and what is bad about it it's just guesswork, and I'd rather not guess.
Are there any more questions, Councillor Ong?
Yes. I have a question, but it's also a statement because I believe I know the answer to it. Now, but
so
it's a question still.
ask?
It is still a question because we will have essential workers, healthcare workers, medical workers, allied care workers who may decide if there were more cycleways to cycle because of the convenience to work. But there is the expense of putting out those cycleways. And there is also the alternative that we have, which is in order to retain this talent of ours that we want to keep in our city. Now, if there is a financial subsidy for buses that is under Otago Regional Council, it will benefit our essential workers, our medical workers, and they may well have decided to go and cycle. I mean, some cyclists cycle to work. But my question is, have you spoken or will you be speaking with Otago Regional Council to see how we can have this type of subsidy in place, which is both going to retain that talent we want to keep and, they may otherwise have gone to cycle to work, but they would take the bus now instead.
So we have a very open dialogue with the Otago Regional Council on how to promote bus use in the city. So we have something called the Connecting Dunedin Working Party that meets regularly between NZTA, ORC and DCC, and how we can work together to increase patronage on buses and what we can do as DCC to help that.
This is, what you're telling me is kind of abstract or broad-based. What I'm saying is something very specific. It would be a bus subsidy for essential workers, healthcare, medical, and really the talent that we want to keep.
Excuse me, Councillor
And it
Ong.
ties in with the
Councillor Ong,
cycleways
I'm
as well.
speaking. Councillor Ong, I'm speaking. What you are discussing is irrelevant to
No, it's
this
a
debate. It is irrelevant, so I will...
I don't believe it is because...
Well, no, when the chair speaks, you cannot argue with the chair about this. The bus subsidies are irrelevant to this discussion. We are discussing Albany Street, we are discussing the safety improvement projects,
Yes.
and our staff are not here to discuss bus subsidies, which is another matter.
No, but it connects together. Everything connects together.
I'm just saying we will move on. Councillor Lund.
Thank you. A question for Ms. Benson, Mr. Spears. Do you know why this alternative option was not looked at before? I mean, it's not even Steve McKnight would say it's a fairly obvious solution, and he claims that he's spent a number of years trying to get council to look at the solution. Was it ever looked at?
I'm not actually sure. I think the intention of the project was to integrate the cycling and the pedestrian movements. The McKnight option is predominantly focused on an alternative cycleway and doesn't focus so much on Albany Street. But our partners in the project, University, Polytech and others, are very focused on the pedestrian movements. So it's just how it was integrated.
I would note Section 77 of the Local Government Act that does places an obligation on councils to explore all practicable options. So, that's one very powerful reason.
Sorry, point of order, please, Madam. 25(2)(d), misrepresentation. We've been around this a long time, and we've been made very clear, aware of the fact that council staff have explored many options at looking to get us to this point.
I will uphold the point of order, given that we have explored many options to get to this point.
I would just note that perhaps not all. Secondly, I would like to say, just in regard to staff time, there was a discussion about the considerable amount of staff time that's been spent on the project. Would it not be reasonable to conclude that not all that staff time will be wasted? There's still a lot of, if for example the McKnight scheme went ahead, there's still all the work around the pedestrian safety that would be valid. There would be some obviously amendment, some changes, but it's not like it's all going to be wasted. Would that be a reasonable assumption or inference?
I'll answer that. There was no suggestion from staff, at least, that the time spent had been wasted or would be wasted. So.
Councillor Raddick.
And now for something completely different. I'd just like to talk to you about the pedestrian crossings on Albany Street. There are 5 proposed, and these are just largely curiosity questions. The one on Leith Street seems very wide, like the width of the pedestrian crossing seems quite wide compared to the other ones, such as, the one at Clyde Street outside Te Rangi Hiro and the one at Clubs and Socks. So, just curious.
There will be a design reason for it, but it doesn't come to mind, I'm sorry, on this particular one.
Microphone, Jules. Yeah.
Yeah, just looking at the maps here. That's right. And do we have any foot traffic data for the students that jaywalk across the street at present?
Not specifically on jaywalking. We've got some university data on the number of people that traverse the street and go into a couple of the entrances, but I don't have anything specific on jaywalking, sorry.
Because there's not much in the way of pedestrian crossings currently. Yeah. Okay. And some of the intersections have a very large area shaded in grey, a consistent form of grey, suggesting a very large platform, to make a rise up in the road, as we see on some of the places along there. But there's only a couple of, 3 of those. Can you speak to why there's 3 and 2 that are not raised? So the 2 that are not raised appear to be the one I just mentioned at Leith Street and the one further to the east at Riego Street.
I can't speak specifically. Some of them will be part of the intersection design. The intersections may have been designed to slow people on approach, but I can't speak to that, sorry.
Microphone.
They do tend to be gentle raised crossings so that the buses can go over them and they're not uncomfortable to go over in a bike or a car.
Yeah, I was curious more about the width, because the couple of the big ones have got a pedestrian crossing at one, on the east side, say, and then there's probably 4 times the width of raised platform. So you'd go up and transit the platform, at a new level. It seems perfectly comfortable. I was just curious what the why. Is it? Because I suppose the intersection is fairly well designated, but I was curious.
No, we'll have to come. I think I'm a little afraid to give you the wrong impression there, Councillor. So if you don't mind, we'll come back to you on that one.
It's only curiosity.
Right, do we have any more questions?
And so, well, I'll go one last question
One.
on that, because in the report it talks about value engineering on some of those intersections. So I was looking for the basis, on what basis would there or could there be value engineering on some of those pedestrian crossings and intersections.
It's another thing we'd have to investigate, but there are options to use less plantings. The Riego Street crossing could be re-evaluated, and we have raised crossings on some of the side streets, and they could be removed if it was desired.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Lund.
Just listening to Mr. Raddick's questions, I believe that the crossings lining up with the disability parks, the long wheelbase park on Leith Street and Rago Street. Would that be correct? That the long wheelbase parks for the disability people are ineffective if there isn't the pedestrian crossings to accompany them? Is that right?
The crossings have been designed to be very accessible, and some of the intersection designs have been forward to design. Some of the car parking might be put back in on the new designs, but I just without the designs in front of me, I can't comment, sorry.
Councillor Lund.
You'll be pleased to know this is the last question. How many of the pedestrian crossings are traffic light controlled?
So the traffic light controlled at the two state highway intersections at Great King Street and beside the University Library. The two on the west end, I'm going to say, at the state highways. They're the only ones that are pedestrian controlled, lights controlled.
Any more questions, or have we finished? Right, I've received an indication from Councillor Gary that she would like to move something.
Kia ora, Your Worship. I'll just wait till that goes up and people have a chance to have a look at it. So basically this is option 1. Right, have you got a seconder? Councillor Walker. Thank you. So this is basically option 1. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge these submitters, some of whom have come to speak to us multiple times, and to staff for their forbearance as we make another decision, and to the staff who produced the report in very short time. Several points to note. The alternative cycling route is an entirely, in my view, separate project, which would require application for Wakatahi funding, we've heard is unlikely to get, and separate consultation, and would involve time delays. So as such, I'm not going to discuss that in my debate. And it's not good practice to redesign on the hoof. However, this motion is in a number of parts and deals with a number of aspects of the project. I do want to just make a comment that the procurement process is a very robust process that is independent of elected members. The motion is required because of an overspend that would be required to carry out the project. The tenders have come in over budget, and the staff have identified an underspend in the capital budgets and transport, which has given us headroom to consider this. And I just reflect that Council's indecision may have had some kind of increase in cost impact. If we had done this when we first started to consider it, it's likely that it would have been less expensive. So the project is part of a bigger piece of work. It's important to say that, the Central City and Pedestrian Improvements piece of work, and it's against the backdrop of a poor safety record in pedestrian injuries and fatalities and cyclist fatalities.
Point of order. misrepresentation 25.2, there is no record of fatalities or serious injuries in Albany Street.
Just let me adjourn for a second. Oh, I'll just take advice, sorry.
I'm talking about the city. I know, the city.
Okay, Councillor Vandervis, I'll just ask you how you know there have been no fatalities there. And then I'll ask the same of Councillor Gary.
Because I have made inquiries of a number of people, including someone that was in the room today, over quite a period of time. I also used to be at the Otago University, and that's how I know.
Thank you.
But it's not up to me to prove that. If Councillor Gary wants to make the claim...
I just said that I was going to ask Councillor Gary as well, so she will...
What may help is that I hadn't finished in the city was part of my...
Oh, okay.
I wasn't referring to Albany Street, I was referring to the city's poor record. That might help.
Okay, I won't uphold that point of order, given that she hadn't finished her sentence. Councillor Gary, sorry, not she.
Thank you, but we do know there's been 9 incidents. There are compelling reasons to complete this project. The design has been arrived at after many rounds of consultation over a number of years, expert input, a considerable amount of staff resource time, and a business case prepared, which is not a small job, towards securing co-funding. And it's an integrated package, so you can't cherry pick elements of it or design it on the hoof. And I know there was concern around the idea of weaponising Wakatahi funding. There was a question about statements I had made previously, and I'm just going to tell you that I checked, and this is what I said the last time we debated this, I checked with an external person that has worked extensively with Wakatahi in these kinds of projects over many years, and the 2 things that person said to me were that if you take out a significant part of a project, if you change the design, then it changes the weighting, and we've heard about that, and you risk losing the funding, and we have heard the word significant risk there. And the other part of that is if you don't deliver a project that you've got co-funding for, and this is not my view, this is the view of someone with vast experience, then your credibility is affected negatively for future funding. So that is that. Now, we've consulted with many parties: University, the governance arm, students, disability, ORC, Otago Museum, the cycling fraternity, and businesses. And remember that the businesses in this area exist because of the university. And my view is that what is good for the customers is good for the business. The relationship with the university was covered off yesterday, and we all know what was said at our meeting with the University Council. It's a long promised and discussed project. The town and gown relationship has been spoken about often around this table, and the importance of us strengthening that. And we heard yesterday about the campus master plan, and I quote, transport and streets, pedestrian and cycling safety, the tertiary precinct, cycling initiatives and connections, and collaboration on parking. And I also note that the number one reason that parents send their children to our university from overseas, and remember that the university is looking to increase its international students, and I know that as former chair of Study Dunedin, the international education sector, the number one reason is safety. That is the important thing for parents. We know that the university is a huge contributor to the city's economy, $1.31 billion in 2024, 15% of GRP and nearly 10% of the workforce, and it aligns with the Sophia Charter. If we don't go ahead with this project, what kind of message does it give to the university? It's our first investment in many a long year. And also another compelling reason is it aligns with our zero carbon 2030 plan. So the timing, we have a slim window in which to carry out the project. It's the summer construction period, and the students, we've heard, will be away, less disruption for everybody, including the businesses. In terms of the money, we know about the 51%, and it's non-transferable, this money we're getting from Wakatahi. We don't use it, we lose it. The other comment I want to make is around the Sophia Charter, and we heard about that yesterday from the Vice-Chancellor, and I want to read to you a message from the Kristanis, and this is what they said. As the parents of Sophia Kristani, who was killed in an unsafe student party in 2019, we have a keen interest in student safety in Dunedin. We have remained involved in pursuing this through the Sophia Charter, which has a goal of creating a place that is fun, vibrant, safe and secure, and that fosters student success and well-being. A situation that can only contribute to and enhance the social and economic well-being of the city itself. We have also advocated for better street design in North Dunedin to incentivise better behaviour, and while Albany Street does not address this issue, it does improve safety. For this reason, we wholeheartedly support the Albany Street Connection project, which will improve student and public safety. Reducing some car parks is a small sacrifice to pay for saving lives. Let's not prevaricate, colleagues, anymore. Lives are at stake. For the greater good, let's get on with it and get the Albany Street Connection project completed. It is in our hands.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Yesterday, many of you spent the day with senior management at the University of Otago, who have previously and in the public forum today enthusiastically supported the Albany Street Connection project. The OUSA has also again spoken today in support. Mr McKnight also spoke, and like him I live on the West Harbour and cycle in most days, but unlike him I will use it if completed. And by the way, I have no issue whatsoever if people want to advocate for another shared path by the Leith, and I look forward to helping them champion that cause, but that's separate from the motion in front of us here today. The University of Otago, as the mover has just mentioned, is our city's #1 employer, contributing more than $1.3 billion to the Dunedin economy, $1.3 billion. Albany Street is not only the logical connection between Te Aka-Atako, a stunning 32-kilometre shared trail for cyclists and walkers that's now the envy of the world, but Albany Street is also a key campus street. And do I need to remind you, where most of you spent the day yesterday? Yes, Te Rangi Heroa, the beautiful new residential college located an easy 5-minute stroll between campus if you walk, cycle, scoot, jog along Albany Street, a college that now adds 450 more students into the Albany Street mix. The Albany Street Connection project is a project that's been in the waiting room for way too long now. And quite frankly, the people I know are tired about it being kicked around, getting used as a political football when this city has way more and way bigger problems and issues to be getting on with. The Albany Street Connection project is about safety. It's about convenience. It's about the disabled community. It's about the wider community. It's about the bus service. It's about our zero carbon ambitions. It's about putting people first. It's about using external government money to improve our place. And yes, it's partly a cycleway, but importantly, it's a cycle connection that's a key missing link in our growing cycle network. Developments like this should be front and centre of any forward-looking city. This is not radical left-wing hippie talk. This is support this project in this current form as a sensible, well-thought-out future-proofing for the place that we all love and want to prosper. The very call, if you remember from yesterday, from the Vice-Chancellor, Grant Robertson at yesterday's hui. in many ways, as I sat and listened, it's analogous in some ways to the debate we had around George Street, as if risking to dream for a better future is an existential threat to that future. But looking back now, few would argue that the George Street development and upgrade wasn't a fantastic boon in terms of future-proofing this city. We simply can't keep deferring a strategic goal to be one of the world's great small cities and then refuse to make the very investments that drive us towards that goal. This project has been on the books for far too long. Let's support this motion and start this triennium by showing that we intend to move this city in a progressive, forward-looking direction. Thank you.
I have 6 councillors lined up to speak, and I'll just Mayhem, Lund, Reddick, Weatherall, Treadwell and Vandervis. So Councillor Mayhem.
Sawadee-ka from hot and sunny Chiang Mai. Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The Albany Street design is often referred to as the missing link. It's important to Dunedin vulnerable community because it provides a safer, more accessible connection between the harbour shared path and the city's tertiary area and the central business district, incorporating universal designs that benefit everyone. We heard from the University OUSA stressing the safety aspect, the bus stops and the raised curbs benefiting disabled students. Ms. O'Brien pointed out the needs of our most vulnerable and our poor pedestrian safety record. Mr. Roy came to speak for the 4th time in support, imploring us to be visionary and make decisions for the students of tomorrow. As the chair of the Disabilities Issues Advisory Group, I have support from the Dunedin People's Assembly, People's First and Access Living Well groups. I emailed and circulated Mr. Marable's notes to you. I'd like to remind you all of the 2 children, Hazel and Malcolm Breward, who lost their dad, Jan Breward, to a cycle fatality by the university. Students are our vulnerable community. This project prioritises accessibility and safety for all of our users through targeted community engagement and integration of features like accessible crossings and clear spaces for mobility aids, which reduce the inconvenience and risks for our disabled individuals. Improved safety and accessibility, adoption of universal design, making it inclusive for all users, including those with disabilities. The DCC conducted workshops and engaged with the disability community to identify and address all of these accessibility issues, ensuring that the design incorporates specific needs, reducing hazards and aiming to create a more navigatable environment, addressing and ensuring adequate clear space for people with mobility aids near mobile trading areas. This is of huge benefit to the disabled community, those 3 pedestrian crossings, 3 accessible parks already, and 5 more disability parks. 1 on Rego Street, a double link for long wheelbases and vehicles to Ethel, Benjamin Place and Leith Street. For this to be useful, the pedestrian crossings also need to line up. I'd like to also emphasise the cost of the multiple consultations and designs and the delay to resurfacing Albany Street. Also, the years that the university has waited for this since 2021. Waka Kotahi's bar funding, which is 51% of the project, and the impact as them as our delivery partner, how this lines up with the carbon emissions, health benefits and safety, and also the risks, and I repeat the risks around the current government policy as outlined by Ms. Benson and Mr. Spears during our questions. Please consider the university's contribution, as mentioned by Councillor Gary. They contribute 1.3 billion to our city's economy. I'd also like to emphasise the 8,000 movements per day on Albany Street, predominantly pedestrian movements. The growth of students and our future focus on these joint objectives with the tertiary precinct, also mentioned. I'd like to point out the decision that's ahead of us is to accept an increase in the budget to achieve this long-awaited project. The space to deliver connection, sustainable transport and a more inclusive environment. I support this wholeheartedly. Universal designs benefit everyone, inclusivity for all residents in our beautiful city is something that I will continue to advocate for. Thank you. Ngā mihi nui.
Councillor Lund.
Thank you. To all those councillors urging, council to effectively just get on with this, I can understand your frustration, but I in no way agree with it. The proposed Albany Street cycleway was one of the most contentious issues in this recent election. There was widespread public opposition and distaste for what many people felt was an abusive process at the September council meeting, and for ignoring the views of the Students' Association and the local businesses. But the good news is that after many years of resistance to cycleways through the university campus, the university has acknowledged that this can be an option for consideration, and the actual amount of campus footprint is minimal. It's just 50 metres through the property services car park. This route will be an excellent, low-impact trial for the university to consider further expansion of the cycle lanes through the campus. The route is a far better user experience and safer route than the Albany Street one. It will stop discharging passengers directly onto cycle lanes. By preserving the car parks, it will protect and enhance the businesses that serve the student population. And we heard today from the university that it was important, very, very important, that we have a vibrant area with local businesses in Albany Street. It will provide pedestrian crossings at the high volume locations, and it can connect to Lower Leith Street for a potential lower speed shared space, as we've heard from council staff, all the way through to St Andrews Street, thereby creating a far safer connection to the CBD. The Otago Regional Council have confirmed they are willing to allow the cycleways on the Leith floodbanks, which is the major and most scenic part of the trail. And we've heard today that the staff, there's been a lot of conjecture. Councillor Gary has mentioned several times that the co-funding is at risk or will be lost. We believe that is simply not the case. We have spoken to both the people within NZTA and member of the Regional Land Transport Committee, and both of their views were that if this pathway fulfills the objectives of the original scheme, then there is no reason at all, their words, no reason at all why the co-funding would be lost. In regard to cost, there's been some discussion about that, and as many of you will know, I have a background in commercial construction, and I understand that staff did not have time to even consider this, but I've taken it upon myself to prepare a scope of work, met with contractors, and as mentioned with Mr McKnight in the public forum, the estimated cost from Minerva Street, excluding the pedestrian crossing, through to Albany Street is around $650,000, and that was allowing for extensive resealing, signage, everything that we would possibly need. It could actually be less than that. So I am firmly of the belief, with my experience, and I've done this before, that there is at least $1 million that can be saved from the present bid in front of council at this time. It's my opinion that council has to date had an agenda that's not just to provide the best possible cycleway and pedestrian safety solution, but it's also to force through a solution that removes as many car parks as they can to advance other ideology. I would just also go back to the words of the Students' Association submission in August, where they said that they were seriously concerned about the scale and the nature of the parking changes under this proposal, and as you heard me earlier, went through a great deal of reasons as to why this did not suit the student population. I'd also like to note that the DCC report in September, and I believe Councillor Gary noted as well, that we would be viewed as an unreliable partner should we not continue with the cycleway given the delays. And I would say, in response to that, that the NZTA probably already view the Dunedin City Council as a financially unreliable partner, because we voted to proceed with a $24 million cycleway on the peninsula from Harwood to Otakau, which was a cycleway that NZTA had confirmed they would not fund now or ever.
Point of order,
I was
Madam.
just going to ask Councillor Lund to end because over time. Do you still want to
A
call
point of order, that is not relevant to this discussion.
Okay,
And it's also not accurate, factually accurate.
Yeah, I will uphold the point of order, and Councillor Lund is out of time. So, Councillor Reddock.
Thank you. So, this forum has been typified by entrenched positions, inflammatory adjectives and oppositional attitudes. And this project fits that bill. It's been highly contentious and is now back in front of Council for the third time in 4 months. There are differences this time though, because we have 6 new councillors and a workable compromise that can produce a win-win result, if you let it. The question is, are you capable of compromise? The issues are accessibility, pedestrian safety, car parks and cycle separation. With this compromise that has been proposed, everybody wins, most especially the students. And Albany Street is primarily a pedestrian street, and they deserve priority. Under this compromise of running the cycle lane down the banks of the Leith, they get safer crossings of Albany Street and no longer have to step off buses into live cycle lanes, which was a significant safety issue outlined by Mr. Liam White in his submission. I didn't get to ask him that question because we ran out of time, but cycles are hard to hear coming. They run into walkers and hurt them, and that is a key reason why they're banned from the inner campus. But Leith Stream and Street are not inner campus, and they take cyclists largely away from the Albany Street pedestrians. And as we've heard, the start and finish, the exit and entry points of this alternative proposal are at the same place. So there's no reason why this proposal should not receive NZTA funding. Cyclists get a pleasant, quiet, separated scenic path to use, and it will be more attractive. The second largest group, car drivers, would get more car parks than ever, with 30 extra on side streets already called for by the DCC, by Council. Accessibility to the library and all businesses is retained, and mobility parks would be installed as planned. The idea is just to get on with the job, but put the cycleway on the banks of the Leith instead of down the rest of Albany Street. It's been commented that it's half a decade to get the result right. But why has this taken so long? It's because the result is currently not right. And that's the problem. There's continuing contentiousness about it. We heard a comment that it would be naive to get parking in cycleway, but that's not the case at all. We just simply build the cycleway beside the Leith and we'll have it. And narrowing the road with the cycleway, using the cycleway to narrow the road, I think is absolutely ridiculous, because it does endanger those 8,000 students that cross that road on a daily basis. And crossing 2 active cycle lanes, if you get a whole lot more cyclists going down there, that will be dangerous in an ongoing fashion. But we do need cycleways that are used, and we have heard today that putting that cycleway down the bank of the Leith would be a much more attractive option for cyclists, and I certainly agree with that. So the question is, are we prepared to listen to what people want? One thing was commented that it was commented today that only that cyclists turned out to celebrate the O'Malley decision of a few weeks back, but that amounted to 10 cyclists. 10 turned out to celebrate that decision. So the question for us is, are we aspirational, or do we just want to do with what's easy? Do you just want to go with what's easiest? 8,000 pedestrian students a day is a very large number. So Mr. Roy agrees that the livestream cycleway is a pleasant proposal. It's quite an upgrade from mixing it with car traffic on Albany Street, not to mention those pedestrian students who are the key group here. And as Councillor Gary said, it's how we compromise and develop solutions that work for everybody. So how we start off sets the scene for how we go on. Do we mean what we just say? How about we start off with a compromise instead of digging in on what is already there and has been well proven to be thoroughly contentious. As far as the business cost, the benefit cost ratio goes, fully separated cycleways are most definitely safer for the cyclists and everyone else. So, and as we've heard, it would be more attractive down the Leith, so that ratio is very likely to improve. We don't know about NZTA funding, but we owe ourselves, to ourselves, and a great number of Ormond Street users to find out. There's nothing to say we will not get funding, and I foreshadow a motion that will allow that to happen very simply and easily. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Today's vote is for the benefit of the new councillors, as I would be amazed if any returning councillors would change how they voted over the Albany Street fiasco in the last triennium. So the direction of travel rests with the new councillors. Whatever is decided today, it's glaringly obvious the sweet spot for this over-engineered project has not been reached. A full steam ahead vote today, in my view, would be totally irresponsible, especially if it does not fit within the original budget restraints, with possible cheaper options being an alternative. It would be negligent not to fully investigate the Leith Stream option, and of course, that cannot be done today. It's obvious the stars are not in alignment for this project in regards to design, financial restraints, public opinion and possible legal ramifications. So I urge the new councillors to get this right. It's clear we need to push pause to ensure all costs and options are considered more fully. The instant gratification of rushing a project soon passes, but the legacy of good design will last for generations. I'm all for compromise, so I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe. So first I'd like to say that I have thought long and hard about this one. The actions of the previous triennium have put us in a difficult position. We must today break one of two promises. One promise to deliver the improvements to Albany Street, or we break our promise to deliver those improvements under the initial budget. The reason I cite the previous triennium's actions is because the cancellation of this project previously most definitely contributed to the increased costs on offer. This is a time-sensitive project. We have to complete the construction during the summer holiday period to avoid disrupting the surrounding businesses, a fact that councillors have all been made well aware of. Because of the cancellation of the project, staff have had less time to prepare the tender, though nevertheless have done an excellent job, and the tender has had less time to be considered. These undoubtedly affected the tenders that the council has received. Additionally, there's a reputational factor to consider. If you work with an organisation that is known to cancel or suddenly heavily modify proposals, you're likely to factor that risk into your operating budget. To put another way, continuing to obstruct projects contributes to unnecessary costs that are borne by the ratepayer. However, we are in a new triennium and we have an opportunity to make a real change here. We had the privilege yesterday of spending time with the members of the University Council, and the message from them was unequivocal. They want to have a productive relationship with the council, but they need the council to deliver on its promises. With regards to the Leith Street plan, it would indeed be a pleasant one, but it's simply not fulfilling the same goals as stated in the Albany plan. It doesn't improve safety in the specific area that we're considering, and numbers of pedestrian access has been gone over and over today. But for that reason, I won't be supporting a motion to continue along that alternative, although I would love to support it in addition, perhaps, to the Albany proposal. Other proposals which seek to pare back or value engineer this project again, obstruct and delay it, meaning we may miss the window, or we create additional reputational risk with our contractors, again, wasting ratepayer money. There's really only one option on the table that allows us to deliver a promise to the stakeholders, the university, the student community, and the disabled community, who've all been well spoken for today, and that is option one. I think with this triennium, we need to put our best foot forward and begin to repair the relationship and our reputation with the wider business community. And we do that by getting it done. Kia ora.
So for 5 councillors yet to speak, Councillor Vandervis, Hall, Sims, Lofiso. Councillor Vandervis.
In 2012, I was put in a position to decide whether or not we should proceed with the cycleway up the one-way street system. Then it was quite obvious that a much safer option would have been to put it up Leith Street. And the reason fundamentally that they went ahead with the wrong option, and it has been proved wrong in every one of the years since, in the decade since that it's been used, that it was the wrong option, and we know it's the wrong option because hardly anyone ever uses it, despite the millions that it's cost, despite the hundreds of car parks that we lost as a result, despite the fact that we lose $500,000 a year in parking revenue in areas where we desperately need parking. Despite all of that, there was a push to actually put a cycleway up the arterial route along with the heavy traffic, and the main reason was NZTA were going to pay for it. NZTA funding and the claim of safety. There's an analogy that we have again right now. We have a cheaper, safer, more pleasant cycleway proposal to the Albany Street proposal that has been thrown backwards and forwards for a long time because there's so many contentious aspects to it. And we are again in a situation where there is a claim that we've got to do Albany Street for safety reasons, when in fact you get better safety outcomes from the Leith. We've got to do Albany Street, as we said, because, to quote Councillor Treadwell, we have to deliver a promise. There is no promise delivered until we decide to go ahead with a project and actually build it. We've seen many projects be decided one way and another in the past. The claim by Councillor Walker that we have to move this city in a progressive forward direction has been made many times before, and invariably what's actually being moved is the debt in an unsustainable upwards direction. Debt that we have no way of paying back, or certainly no plan to pay it back. Debt that is going to cost us $1 million a week in interest for most of the years of the 9-year plan. And debt which we are, around this table now, basically pushing to increase yet again. In terms of having to fill the missing link that Albany Street is, the one-way street was going to be the missing link. The Portsmouth Drive was going to be the missing link. And then all these other missing links in South Dunedin were the missing link that had to be done. You will always have missing links in a cycleway. What we have here is an opportunity to address that missing link with a real, pleasant and much more cost-effective cycleway run along the Leith, as Councillor Raddick and Councillor Weatherall have very eloquently described. So here we are. Are we going to make the same mistake that we did with the one-way street system and put millions into a cycleway that is really not going to get that much use. In fact, it got virtually no use at all because it's scary, there's too much traffic flying about it. When we have the option with Albany Street to have a truly separated cycleway, a cycleway that it runs along the side of the Leith, a cycleway that people can enjoy just as a cycleway, and not just only as a missing link. The Councillor Weatherall's suggestion that we press pause, or that we push pause, is what we need to do now to get the best result for Dunedin, and we have the potential to get that result, a better result in fact, at a much more affordable price. For all of these reasons, we need to vote against this resolution.
Councillor Hall.
How much is the child's safety worth? It has been said that we've already had 9 near misses along that street. Will the 10th be the tragedy? I want to start by saying this first. I will not do is more spending of the ratepayers' money around the consultation. This would be the 4th review and it's getting out of hand, and why the budget has gone over. We simply can't do this to Dunedin. I can't understand why this idea wasn't raised properly during the original consultation, but it is concerning that some people aren't following procedure. We also can't afford the risk to our partnership funding. I would imagine Waka Partnership is already frustrated with our delays, and another review would reflect poorly on us as a decision-making body. We're already taking too long. It's safe to assume costs haven't gone down while wasting more time circling back with policy changes they are not interested in cycling. I also hope that the DCC will do everything in its power to minimise the impact on businesses along the street while work is underway. That means planning around quieter trading periods and communicating clearly with them. Another review would only push the timetable and make things harder for those businesses. Finally, and most importantly, the worst thing we can do is fail to decide. Whether a decision turns out to be right or wrong matters less than actually moving forward. The indecision that holds Dunedin back.
Councillor Sims.
Vote for me. I listen to the community. What I did, my approach to this was entirely to read all of the public submissions from the last triennium on the matter of Albany Street. And I've summarised those into, I guess, the 4 or 5 key aspects that came up and up again. The principal reason for the support of the Albany Street project was that it encourages mode shift cycling and public transport. It advances pedestrian and cyclist safety. It encourages active transport, and it connects the harbour path to the central city. The principal reasons against the Albany Street proposal was the loss of car parks, but surprising to me when I actually read through the submissions is that most of the objection about the loss of car parks was coming from residents and from students, not from the business owners. And I've picked that up directly from the OUSA's submission, where they talked about the loss not only of car parks on Albany Street, but then the conversion of the free all-day parking in the streets around Albany Street into time-limited parking, which would deprive the residents of any opportunity to park their car close by. Again from the OUSA submission, that the mode shift was being forced on people by removing their options that are now, and that created inequity in the community. The impact on surrounding businesses, the loss of 3 significant trees, and for somebody that's still grieving the loss of 1 significant tree, that was an issue for a number of submitters, that 3 significant trees in Albany Street were going to be cut down, just to add to the ones that have been recently lost. And last and foremost, the cost. I took the opportunity to speak in person to a member of the Regional Land Transport Committee regarding the loss of co-funding if the project is altered. And she confirmed to me that her advice was that altering the project would not risk co-funding, particularly if the outcomes could be shown to be the same or greater. Next, I sat at the end of Albany Street for an hour and watched. Now, given my age, I'm pleased that the police did not attend. There are many multiples more pedestrians and runners than there are cyclists. It struck me immediately that a Leith Stream shared path would be a community asset for pedestrians, runners and cyclists, and would therefore receive much greater use than a street-based cycleway alone. Assuming that the pedestrian safety aspects of the of the Albany Street proposal are preserved, the Leith Stream proposal to me would seem to deliver far greater benefits and at the same time address all or at least most of the objections. If it is feasible, the Leith Stream option looks to be a far more acceptable option to a far wider section of the community. And for that reason, I cannot support this motion.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I just want to start by acknowledging the officers today and in the past for what seems to me to be extraordinary grace, patience and endurance. I acknowledge Dr. O'Malley, Councillor O'Malley, for his strategic vision. And I also acknowledge Phil Glassy and Heike Sabula Elder, his partner. Councillor Raddick referred to the Spokes organised celebration by 10 cyclists, which my understanding is that was organised at a very short notice. People were busy, but that doesn't mean that more of Spokes members wouldn't have been there if they could. And I just want to acknowledge Phil, who was at the front of the photo that was published in the Saturday 27th of September photo celebrating the decision, because he was leading that queue and he passed away during October. He was an ORC candidate, and Heike, his partner, was a DCC candidate. So I just want to send big love to Heike.
Point of order. 25.2, utterly irrelevant.
I will not uphold that point of order. I will not uphold that point of order. Please carry on.
I just acknowledge Councillor Mayhem for sending us that statement, and I undertook to Councillor Mayhem that I would read Mr. John Marrable's statement, which has been sent to us all. I'm sharing this as a member of the DCC DIAG Disability Issues Advisory Group, and based on conversations I've had with the disabled community as well as my work at the Living Well Disability Resource Centre, overall people in Dunedin's disabled community feel that the Albany Street design is very important. It creates a safer and more accessible link between the harbour shared path and key parts of the city like the university area and the central business district CBD. The design follows universal principles which make things better for everyone, not just people with disabilities. Why the project matters: improved safety and accessibility, universal design. The project is made to be usable by everyone, including people with disabilities. Community involvement, fewer hazards. How it helps disabled people. More independence. The new design makes it easier and safer to get around the city without needing to take longer or more dangerous routes. Better connections, accessible features. Future work will include things like pedestrian crossings that are safe and easy to use for people with mobility challenges, especially in busy areas. So he goes on to talk about the main goals of the project: link key locations, support sustainable travel, create an inclusive city. The Dunedin disabled community hopes that the councillors will vote for the project as discussed with them to go ahead. Regards, John Marable, DCC DIAG member and New Zealand Spinal Trust Peer Support, and a member of the disabled community for over 50 years. So in concluding, I'd just like to say Councillor Weatherall is correct. He won't be changing his vote, and neither will I. As I've often said in the past, every vote we each cast is a test of our personal values, and every resolution we collectively make is an expression of the values of the majority. For me, the fundamental value is aroha ki te tangata, love for the people, serve the people, and protect the people.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I too would like to acknowledge the staff, particularly Ms Benson, Mr Spears and their team, because they, and along with Councillor Mayhem and myself, this is the 5th time that we have debated this item, twice at parking hearings and this the 3rd time at council. And I will remind all councillors that this was a parking issue that seems to be forgotten, and that's where this came from, was from the parking hearing committee. We staff were at lengths to remind us that we were not to discuss the design. We weren't there to approve the design, change the design. We were there to talk about the parking. And if I could just pick up on a comment of Councillor Sims, that Councillor Mayhem and I went at lengths to review the parking time restrictions on Albany Street and surrounding, to make sure that if this proposal does go ahead, that the weekends and night there would be all-day parking. Because one of the fundamental things that I think that the university have not acknowledged, that students bring cars. Even though we all know how accessible the University of Otago is and how easy it is to walk, they all have, not all, well, the majority of them all own a car. They might not use it all week, they might not use it all month. And it was interesting, a fortnight ago today, my home was we were host to a number of international students, and while they were there, the dealing of, and I'm sorry, Councillor Sims, you might not be aware of this, the underground international student car sale market that goes on. It was fascinating to hear, and I've been party to this over a number of years, of that even international students who have never been here think that they need a car. And until we can get that message through to everybody, we need to address the parking issue. And I noticed yesterday with council, we were going down to meet with the University Council and with our ELT, and the majority of us walked, even though that we know the semester has finished, knowing there would be very few car parks. And so until we address that, 58 car parks this proposal removes. And yes, I acknowledge point G, we're asking staff to look for 30. There are no promises of that. 58 car parks is a huge number in that area. And one of the issues that I do have is that we have not looked at the whole wide campus area. We know the NZTA are looking at moving State Highway 85 to Frederick Street, and that is going to have an impact, 88, sorry, on the wider campus area. And I think we just need to step back and take a big picture view. I know I've spoken about this before. It's not that I want to compromise safety or anything like that, and I think what Councillor Reddick is proposing, a compromise solution where we address the safety and we address cycleway, because people who drive cars are also pedestrians, and there are a lot of concerns about the cycleway and the safety with that and with our pedestrians. And I just think, as Councillor Raddick said and Councillor Weatherall especially said about let's get it right. I really think it's let's get it right, and we all know me on point C on overspend causes me great stress.
Thank you. I just have a few words. I think Councillor Weatherall pointed out that we've had...
Excuse me, Sophie, I never got it.
Then you're next.
Oh.
Yeah, I put myself. Is that okay? Yeah, no, I'm not wrapping up. Yeah, no, I do have you on the list. I have myself on the list as well. So sorry, Councillor Weatherall pointed out that we've had much debate on this, and and about the votes and about the new councillors. So I think that I have spoken for many minutes about that. We all acknowledge the amount of pedestrian movements, the number of students, the university's aspiration to grow to 19,000 students in this area. We also went and talked with the university yesterday, where they asked us to work in good faith with them and stress the importance of those town-gown relationships. And then from that, we had Mr. Roy from the Otago University for the 4th time in front of us in support of option 1, and I do take that very seriously. I don't want to risk this process going on for much longer or delay and lose the NZTA subsidies. That's why I specifically asked that question about, you asked that question, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lucas, about whether it was the 51% of the increased amount. So that was actually very helpful. This process has been going on in scope since 2021, so the cost of the consultation alone must be huge. Since then, we've had 450 new students at Te Rangihiroa, which has only increased the amount of walking and cycling within that area. We also talked about going out to consultation with the Ōtepoti Pathways Plan, and one of the key missing links was the link between the two state highways. And when I was filling in my feedback to spokes, I did talk about filling in the gaps, and that was one of the key things that I wanted to do. The OUSA, there's been an update since their submission to us in August, where they have assured us that they are working on parking initiatives with the OUSA, the university and the ORC to create mode shift, and I do acknowledge what Deputy Mayor Lucas said about the amount of cars. The staff, and thank them for the significant amount of time spent into this project and for the amount of times that they have appeared in front of us as well. We have talked about, I think it was Mr. Roy said, a progressive vision for a vibrant precinct and the enhancement work that we do there. Mr. Roy also talked about the alternative scheme, which I believe would delay again. I think the alternative scheme sounds great. However, I'm not prepared to damage our relationships with the university when we think about the costs going up for this project. If we delay the project, that will take years for that, and I'm not prepared to do that. We also look at the NZTA funding risk, and also we as a council need to focus on supporting the university to grow and create that amazing student experience, which we are so famous for. Councillor Chambers, it's your turn now.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Yes, I've read the update report, and I've listened to the submissions earlier this afternoon, and I've also watched all of the previous debates of the council in recent months, and it's been quite impressive the effort and enthusiasm that Councillor Lund and his friend Dr. Mr. McKnight have put into preparing this proposal about a riverside cycleway and a cycle pathway down the Lee Street. But I haven't picked up anything in those submissions that have convinced me that they are an alternative to a major upgrading of the road in Albany Street. Rather, they sound more like additions that might be something that might be supported in the future, perhaps with funding from other sources, and could be valuable additions to the cycle network in the city. For me, it's all about safety. Safety for our pedestrians, and thousands of them are students, clearly, in that area. Safety for those disabled people who want to access the Albany Street, and safety for cyclists who will always be cycling down that street. And as a doctor, I've treated many cyclists and pedestrians over the years with serious and sometimes fatal injuries in Dunedin and in other countries. And I suppose I'd consider myself a bit of an expert in treating cycling injuries and pedestrian injuries. But what I'm not expert in is designing roads or cycleways. And I think we look to our experts in the council, and sometimes outside experts, to design roads and cycleways for us, and then had to make decisions on those reports. This is a low cost item for this council to decide, this new council to decide on. It's a very small budget. I'd like to think this new council would be a council that would make decisions and move on And perhaps if I could steal a phrase from Councillor Lund in his campaign, I'd like to see this as a council who gets stuff done. And I think this needs done.
Councillor Gary, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you all for your considerable reflection and thought. I'll start with Councillor Walker, who used the phrase, it's been in the waiting room a very long time, and I certainly don't disagree with that. Councillor Mayhem, and thank you for your commitment to this today. As Chair of the Disabilities Advisory Group, your view is in presenting that information is really important, and you did describe it as the missing link, and I appreciate your advocacy for the disability community. Councillor Lund, I just want to correct you that the September council meeting, there was not an abuse of power or process. The revocation motion process is in standing orders and perfectly acceptable. And what I want to say to you is that kind of attitude leads to the kind of abuse that I have experienced, and I will not be cowed, and it is unacceptable. So I would ask you to be very careful about making statements like that. Councillor Raddick, you spoke of the delays, and in fact the delays were around COVID and having to reconsult, as you'll recall. And this is already a compromised design. It has been through many iterations to get to this point. Councillor Weatherall, you talked about being totally irresponsible. This project is not rushed. It's been around since 2021. And Councillor Treadwell, you also spoke about the time-sensitive nature of the project. Councillor Vandervis, the cycleway connection is actually the gap and the missing link that prevents many commuters from cycling, the less confident cyclists. So it's important in that regard. Councillor Hall, you made a really good point around us failing to decide, and it's our indecisiveness that has got us where we are today. So let's be decisive today. Councillor Sims, the parking limits will be reviewed after 12 months. And Councillor Lefiso, you're right, being sure to address the issues for the most vulnerable is really important, and I thank you for that, and you know that's a very personal matter for me. Councillor Lucas, you talked about the parking, and I just want to clarify, because I know there's a wee bit of confusion about this. We formalised our expectations and our request to staff to prioritise reducing the lost parking to 18 parks, around that figure. So we brought that down considerably, and that seems like a very small price to pay. The Mayor, you talked about that important relationship with the university, and the fact that Mr. Roy has had to come back here 4 times, I frankly think is an embarrassment. And Councillor Chambers, you're right, we are not experts, and designing at the table is not how you do this work. It's not to say that the idea presented today as an alternative is not worth pursuing, but I see it as quite a separate matter. There's a couple of things I want to say just to finish off, and I just want to say that if this motion is carried, I would ask that those councillors who voted against it recall that this will be a council decision, and how you talk about it will reflect upon you in terms of how you intend to proceed in this triennium. And the last sentence goes to the Cristanis, and you remember they finally, in their final statement, said reducing some car parks is a small sacrifice to pay for saving lives. I suggest to you that the investment today is a small sacrifice to pay for saving lives tomorrow. And I urge you all to show a strong, united front to the university. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Do you want to use mine?
No. Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Barker.
Aye.
Sorry. Carried 8-7.
All right, we shall move on to. Oh, just one moment. Waipori next. Okay, we have a staff member here who needs to go. We'll do the Waipori Fund, which is item 10 on page 51. Mr. Richard Davey will speak to the report and be available for questions. Welcome to the table. Page 51. Welcome, Mr. Davey and Ms. Allen. Do you have any prefacing remarks?
The fund's going well and well above the inflation-adjusted capital base and achieving all the investment objectives currently. And in the report, it had the value of the fund as 116.7 million. As of the end of October, increased again to 117.9 million and has just slipped back a little bit to about 116.8 where it was at the end of September.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Sims.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and kia ora, Richard and Camp. Why is the Waipori Fund so conservative, given that it is a long-term investment? But I note that nearly half of the fund is held in term deposit and cash. Is that a part of a charter that drives that?
Yeah, the fund is managed in line with the Statement of Investment Policies and Objectives. So it's in line with the SIPO that was previously approved by the Council and reviewed at the beginning of 2025. So it's managed in line with the SIPO. And there's no term deposits there. So it's equities and fixed interest. And the fixed interest are bonds, investment grade bonds. And they there's two sections of the fund, the less than 1 year and the longer than 1 year. And the longer than 1 year move into less than 1 year over time.
Just add to that, while we have a current SIPO, councillors will be aware that we're doing work on an investment framework, and the SIPO and the management of the Waipori Fund will form part of that broader discussion of the council's asset portfolio.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you. So the first thing is that it states that the actual year to date is 4.678 versus the budget, and that's so there's a variance of 3.42. The question is, it's about 50% in equities, and when one looks further, it's underperforming the benchmarks that are set out across equities. So for example, I think Australian equities, the performance was 5.3% versus 11.3%, which is the benchmark. So that's a significant underperformance versus the benchmark. Question is, what is the budget based on? And the first thing that's presented is that it's performing better than the budget, but when you look further into it, 50% is in equities and it's underperforming the equity benchmarks that are set out. And, I think historically as well.
First of all, the budget's based on expected returns from different asset classes provided by our equities advisor. and also on expected dividends. In terms of performance against the benchmark, the benchmark, say for Australia, is the All Ordinaries Accumulation Index. That consists of 500 stocks approximately. The Waipori Fund, in terms of Australian stocks, owns about 20. So the benchmark is always it's very, very difficult to replicate the benchmark if you want to do exactly so, or you could just buy a stock which replicates it, but it's always going to be very, very different from the benchmark. And the same applies for the other sectors as well. For the New Zealand equities, the fund's got about 20 New Zealand stocks versus the NZX 50 index, and so on and so on. So that's why there's a difference there. The stocks which the fund owns tend to be stocks which pay a good dividend yield, and are probably less risky stocks, so they don't rally as much in a bullish market and don't tend to fall as much in a bearish market either.
One more question, yes.
So, I mean, to just summarize it, it's actively investing into equities, 50%. It's stock picking specific stocks. The alternative is to just put it passively into the benchmarks that it's compared against. So, I mean, active versus passive investing. And the passive benchmark is performing better than stock picking, which is being done. Is that the way to be looking at it?
The one thing with, I suppose, with the Waipori Fund, it's socially responsible investment framework as well, so it can't have any exposure to fossil fuel extraction entities, which is outlined in the SIPO. So having passive exposure to an index, I would have thought indirectly you would have exposure to those fossil fuel extraction entities, is my first thought on that matter.
Sorry, excuse me. Finished answering that one. Sorry, Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wearing my portfolio hat here with regard to housing. And I see on page 35 that the Fitzroy Street housing renewal is proceeding ahead, which is good, and houses being built.
Sorry.
We jumped ahead to the Waipori Fund, so we're not doing them in order.
No, that was for the...
That's okay.
I'm
sorry we had to jump
there.
around while staff were here. Yeah.
I'll go to...
But the next staff were well prepared for that question. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Don't worry, Councillor Chambers, we've all done that before and undoubtedly do again. You've partly answered my question previously to Councillor Ong. Isn't it correct also that the SIPO is quite directive related to our ethical investment policy, so no investment in tobacco, fossil fuels, landmines, etc., the list is long. So in terms of getting that reflective benchmark would be, well, it's impossible.
Yeah, that's totally correct. Like I mentioned earlier, with 20 stocks versus 500 in the index, and to replicate the index, you'd have to have exposure to those fossil fuel extraction entities.
Would you like to ask another question? There is time and...
Okay, I'll ask another question. I think the first thing when it's stated on the performance side, the first thing that one should see, why is it not the risk asset breakdown versus the benchmark? As in, that's later on into the sections. Now, an argument is being made by Councillor Walker that...
I think Councillor Walker was just asking questions, not necessarily asking...
But that's fine. My question is, going forward, why is the performance of the risk assets, equities, versus the benchmark not stated straight away when we look at the summary? Versus, because 50% is the largest part of the portfolio in risk assets. Risk assets meaning it is, risk assets is at risk of going, in the worst case scenario, going to zero. So it should be stated there as the first part of what we see. And then it's stating, so my question is, why is it not stated that performance of the largest asset class that it's going into, which is equities, is not put as the first thing that we see in the summary?
Mr Davey, would it help if Councillor Ong forwarded you his questions in writing and you could consider how we're reporting, or are you good to answer now?
I was going to suggest that we'll have a look at that for the next report.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
I was just going to ask Mr Davey, we had a workshop on this some time ago, maybe 6 months ago, and one of the things that came out of that is councillors at that time did consider the risk profile that we wanted to follow with the portfolio, and we settled on quite a conservative management of the fund. Is that the case?
I think the decision on Aurora was going through at that point, and but really the risk profile of the fund is really going to be reconsidered, or recommendations made after the investment policy framework work is completed by DCHL.
And would that then be the ideal time to have some explanation of the risk profile of the fund at the beginning of the report, in line with what Mr. Wong, Councillor Wong, was talking about? Yes.
Just checking, we did have a briefing from DCHL and Treasury as part of the DCHL induction, or did we not get to that? I can't remember.
We did it as part of the finance briefing.
I think we can recirculate maybe that information and make sure councillors have it. But the investment framework, as we've said a couple of times, is the opportunity to reconsider this in light of the balance of the entire portfolio.
Councillor Ong.
Yeah. So on the equities portion, which is 50%, about 50%, the benchmark, which is a diversified index benchmark, is that not supposed to be more conservative than stock picking into concentrated 20 stocks, because the benchmark comprises a much larger number of stocks. It's more diversified. Is that not more conservative a choice than to be picking 20 stocks actively, which are fewer in number, than spreading your eggs in one basket by buying the benchmark?
So all that will be part of the investment policy framework completed by DCHL in the near future.
I think Mr Davey has answered this question as best he can. I'm not sure there's anything more we can add about that particular line of questioning, Councillor.
Thank you, everyone. I will move that the council notes the report from the Dunedin City Treasury Limited on the Waipori Fund for the quarter ended 30th of September 2025. To have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Vandervis.
I have for some time now accepted, as Councillor Raddick has said, that the fund is operated in a fairly conservative way, and that it's quite narrow in terms of what's morally acceptable. There's a whole lot of kinds of investments that the council has said that they simply shouldn't invest in. And if you look at the Waipori Fund over the last decade, for instance, 2015 to 2025, the average excess return over the cost of funds is plus 2.24%. The positive thing that I see in the Waipori Fund is that although previous councils did at some point couldn't resist the temptation to plunder it to reduce rates, that the actual inflation adjusted value of the fund has been maintained. We have had reasonable, although conservative, dividends from it over time. The fund has kept its value, and I think we may have to look at a less conservative operation if we want to see greater returns from the fund. But the fact that it's maintained its value, given us an excess return at 2.24% over the 10 years on average, and that has swung quite a bit from one year to the other as stocks and things do. I think it's a positive for the city, and I hope that we continue it in a similar vein in the future.
Okay, now the speakers. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? That is carried. I'll just take some advice. Should we do the financial report next? Can you just check the staff availability?
Staff are ready to go on the financial report, so, but I wonder that after that we call it quits. I'm not sure.
I can see you poised, Councillor Chambers.
Well, I thought I missed it altogether, actually. I thought I must have slaved through it.
No, when the staff get to the table, they will welcome your question. That was page 26 for the financial report.
Yeah, and just asking, wearing my housing hat and my housing portfolio, it's good to see that the building and the housing project in Fitzroy Street is proceeding, and quite remarkable that it's going to come in so much under budget, almost $500,000. And I know it was the only community housing project which got over the line for this financial year because of other projects being seen as too costly. So I'm just wondering what some of the details might be of those procurement savings, and whether they may be something that could be of value when you're costing future projects.
Thank you, Councillor. The quantity survey's estimate for that project was $2 million, and that's what we included in the 9-year plan in the first year. And then with a competitive procurement process, we ended up with a $450,000 saving, which is what the saving that we're forecasting in that project.
So where I come from, if there's a great savings on a building project, it usually means bricks are falling off the back of a lorry. Thank you.
I have a question around, it's on page 32, and it's talking about the resource consents expenditure was unfavourable to budget, 118,000 Ks, with consultants' fees being over budget due to outsourced planning consultants. And I was just wondering what our revenue and finance policy is for resource consents. Is it 100%? Oh.
Thank you, Matt. The current revenue financing policy for that area is 55-45. It was reduced from 60-40 and as part of the last 9-year plan.
Thank you. And I have another question about the Better Off funding on the Three Waters internal revenue. I think Better Off funding was mentioned on a couple of pages, and I just wanted a little an explanation on that, the lower level of Better Off funding revenue, and that related to water, I believe. I don't know if we've got someone who can talk about water here. Oh, thank you.
Oh, no, I can talk to that one. The Better Off funding, if the revenue is lower, which it is, then we've been spending less on those projects, or we have less to claim against the fund.
Oh, so I was just checking on there were water projects that were going to go ahead.
Yes.
So have they?
And so it'll just be timing.
Okay, it's about
purely timing.
Okay, I think that, and there was just one around the waste levy. I think that new councillors might appreciate some understanding about the balance between the revenue and the expenditure as related to the waste levy and the volumes of waste, because it's a little bit complicated. So it says that, so page 29, for example, talks about a high level of waste levy revenue from the ministry than expected, about the waste strategy revenue being higher, but then there is the lower amount of waste coming in. I could leave that till we have a briefing from the waste team. Would that be easier?
Partly, I'm sorry, because Scott is Mr. McLean's sick, so we actually don't have one of.
Oh, we're happy to give it a go.
The waste levy revenue is a reimbursement from the Ministry for the Environment, reflecting the amount that is paid for tonnage that's received into the landfill. So what happens is, as part of the landfill operating costs, is there's a Ministry of the Environment fee that happens for all landfills throughout the country. It goes into a pot and then it is redistributed out. And in the case, we as the council get a portion of that in proportion to the actual tonnage that we receive into the landfill. So there's always a bit of a timing delay in terms of when we pay the levy to the ministry to then when it gets paid back to us for use for the purposes that the waste minimisation rules allow.
Thank you. And I have one more question, which is just around the capital spend on the Toitu Theaterette. That project seems to have been going on for a while, and I just wondered if there's any update to when that project might be completed. No one here that can answer that? Okay, we can get an update some other way. Has anybody else got any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I will. I'm sorry. On page 30, when we talk about personnel costs are favourable of 1.2 million, and it says that primarily due to that vacancies for new positions haven't been yet filled, which I would imagine wouldn't compromise the 1.2 million. So I'm just trying to get a handle on what actually is causing that significant favourable variance, bearing in mind last year we were the other way.
Thank you, Councillor. It is a combination of our vacancies, and those vacancies are greater because we'd added extra positions into the budget, which hadn't been filled, and some of them still haven't been filled.
We're holding a number and we're actively managing vacancies still and starting to see the impact of that.
Sorry. Thank you. On page 31, it says governance expenditure was unfavourable to budget 366,000, partly due to the timing of election costs. Now, obviously, we all knew when the election was going to be, so I'm surprised that there would have been a timing issue there and that makes a significant budget variation.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the timing just reflects when we aligned the budget to when the costs have come through.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see how October pans out. And my last question just for now is on page 32 in relation to the commentary about grants expenditure. And I know this is a major issue for our recipients, and I'm just concerned that it's so favourable, and obviously that has an impact on if we talk about rates relief grants on a number of community organisations. So I'm just wondering where that's at in terms of that significant variance.
Nick might be able to help. The rates relief, just checking it is coming up.
Yeah, it will come to a council meeting. Normally it would go to grants.
It's Councillor Fiso, then Councillor Sims.
Your Worship, tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā korua. Thank you for the mahi, and I think I've lost my place. But I thought from my notes that election costs were referred to on page 30. Can you just briefly, it's kind of a trivial question in some ways, but can you just outline what items are covered by that expenditure, election costs?
Election costs cover the costs of us posting out all of the forms. It covers the cost that we contract to have the voting counted and scrutinised, and advertising and other material associated with the Trinium election.
From your expertise, is there any point in us tracking the difference in expenditure between elections, like 22 and 25 and 28?
We can absolutely do that, and we do we use our past expenditure to inform future budgeting. So as we come up to the triennium, and when we're looking to say how much is this going to cost, we look at the past, look at the activities that we've done, and then factor that in when we're setting the budget for the appropriate year.
And my final question, I think, is for the Chief. So I'm aware of no candidate meetings being held for the former refugee communities or migrant communities. So I know that other local authorities organised voting encouragement events. I'm not sure if the local authority, like Hamilton, for example, would we be looking at that maybe for 28?
We didn't, as a council, organise any events, but the community organised a vast number. It may be that we need to encourage more diverse areas of our community to do that themselves, but the council itself left that to the community.
Councillor Sims.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Parker. Page 42, I have a question from page 29, but that would be best addressed to Mr McLean, I think, so I'll leave that. But page 42, are we headed for another significant underspend of our capital expenditure budget in FY 2026? So the year-to-date budget for the first quarter appears to show an $11 million underspend coming on top of the $59 million underspend in FY 2025. If we extrapolate that out, that's, we're heading for another, not as large, but it's very similar underspend again. So I know there was a previous explanation about the $59 million underspend, but that seems to be continuing. And are we having a problem delivering the programs set out in the 9-year plan, and if so, why?
Thank you, Councillor. Our forecasts have us reaching 214 million by the end of the financial year, and so that is mostly, so it's 17 million behind budget. Most of that is, or 16 million of that is in the Waste Futures project, and the reason for that is this preloading that we're required to do on the ground before we start construction, and that also affects the timing of our purchase of the equipment. So that is the main variance at the moment. It's causing a delay of around 4 months, but at the end of that 4 months we then need to, well, it depends on the results of it, whether it will delay it further. Most other areas are on track. Three Waters is on track, in fact slightly ahead, and there is around a $3 million underspend forecast in property, but we're monitoring this every month.
Sorry, and then, to that point, on page 47 it shows the Mosgiel Stormwater Pump Station and Network new and renewal CapEx year-to-date underspent by $457,000. The Mosgiel Stormwater upgrades, the budgeted year-to-date spend is $478,000, but the actual spend is nil. And other stormwater renewals also being $850,000 underspent. Given the community's anxiety towards our performance during heavy rainfall events, is it the same reason that those that to the delay to those renewals? Is there a separate reason?
Just be project timing, but water are forecasting by the end of the financial year having fully spent the capital program. So it'll just be lining up various things. Mr. Ward isn't here to speak in that level of detail. He's got a wife who's at hospital today, and so, but I can follow up. But the information I have from Water is that the program will be fully, if not over-delivered this year.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just a question. I think it's on page 48. I'm looking for and I'm looking at Ms. Benson. We have to answer this. I'm looking for the Tunnel Trail Trust or Tunnel Trail budget. Is that sitting under Dunedin Urban Cycleways? That's where it is. But that's not just the Tunnels Trail in that budget line, is it? Which is a total budget of 1.431 million.
So in this year it is. That's the Tunnels Trail, and you'll see that it goes out until about November, December, when we finish the work that we've got there. So this year the Dunedin Urban Cycleways is the Tunnels Trail. In previous years it hasn't been. It's included other projects.
Councillor Ong.
My question is on page 29 on the Dunedin Public Art Gallery. Toitu and Lan Yuan revenue was unfavourable, 142,000. My question is on the performance measure for these attractions and other attractions, which, for instance, the Dunedin Public Art Gallery last financial year was 45% of residents who visit at least once a year. Lan Yuan is 26%. So the point is, or the question is, how do you see going forward that we increase the percent of our residents that visit these fine attractions that we have? Because it does seem to be relatively low as a percent.
I'm sorry, Councillor Ong, that's a great question, but one probably not directed to accountants, better directed to our cultural facilities folk.
But it's quantitative. It comes down to the revenue that's being generated.
Yeah, but the revenue, the answer to your question is this is a timing error. So the budget was loaded in 12 equal parts when we know that the visitation isn't equal and that there's a real curve from, I think, from when the cruise ships arrive to when they go. So this will remedy itself, but it was an error in the loading of the budget.
Can I just follow up just quickly from that question? So will that error in the loading of the budget be adjusted, because we all know the visitor season is different, so will it keep coming up?
It'll keep coming up, and we'll continue reporting on it. Is that right, Carolyn?
That's correct, but we are expecting it to right itself as we're going into the peak season.
Councillor Ong, another question?
Just on page 35, the George Street CCTV expenditure was unfavourable, 68,000. And this is a quantitative financial question, but that's also qualitative as well. Can you explain just on this figure? And also, when the project is expected to complete, it says, in the previous financial year but was delayed, do you see that there is enough CCTVs when it will complete? And what is that total expenditure amount expected to be?
So the CCTV installation on George Street was due for completion in June, in the last financial year. It did run longer because we had some electrical constraints with the poles the TVs were going onto. It is now complete and they're operational on George Street.
Do you have the figures on the numbers of CCTVs now that it's complete and the total cost of that? So at the moment here, it's just stating a partial figure, and there is not a figure on the number of CCTVs that is out.
Are you just referring to the number of CCTV on George Street or in our network as entirety?
Yeah, George Street, because that's what's stated here. George Street CCTVs. So it looks... George Street CCTVs, because it appears from what is stated here, it is providing an update which is just partial. My question is, on George Street itself, what is the total amount that was spent now that it's complete, and how many CCTVs are there in total now that it's complete on George Street?
I don't have that level of detail with me, but I can find that out and forward it to you.
Right, I will move that the council notes the financial performance for the period ended the 30th of September 2025 and the financial position at that date. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. Would anybody like to speak? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. Due to the late time of the meeting, we will come back to the amendment to the road naming policy.
We just close the meeting now, Your
Close the
Worship, and I
meeting,
will
okay.
make sure that we add that to the next
Thank you.
meeting agenda.
Okay, I will.
Point of order.
Mhm.
We had a confirmation of the agenda earlier.
Mhm.
There hasn't been any subsequent motion to change the agenda. We included in the agenda item 14, which I don't believe there was sufficient time for people to look at, and technically didn't actually conform to what's required. Why is it that we are now ending a meeting without getting a vote on the change of the confirmation of agenda?
Bear with me, I'll find the bit in standing orders, councillor, and you had legal advice about that item that you didn't agree with, but there was legal advice. Bear with, and I will just find the bit in the standing orders that allows me to do what I'm suggesting the Mayor does. I just have to find it, just give me a minute. Or we could just move to amend the agenda if everyone else is happy, if that was easy, but there is a thing in here that lets this happen. Have to find it, so.
Otherwise, I have to get advice on.
A pragmatic way, Mayor, would be to move that the remaining reports are withdrawn from this agenda and considered at the next council meeting.
Okay, I move that the remaining reports on this agenda are moved to the next meeting, which will be...
Just say the next meeting of council.
To the next meeting of council. Seconder, Councillor Walker, all those in favour? Anyone?
Hang on. So there's a motion. I wish to speak to it.
Okay, speak to it. Sorry, I forgot.
I think it's standing orders 9.9.
9.9 allows me to do it, councillor, but now that we've got a motion, let's go with that.
I had to fight quite hard a year or two back when it was proposed that confirmation of the agenda actually be removed and that we never get to vote on whether the agenda be confirmed or not. Today has been a startling example, in my view, of why we need confirmation of the agenda and why an agenda, once confirmed, should be adhered to. Today we've seen items included in the agenda that were not technically conforming to standing orders. Items which I believe have been rushed through and given priority when we already had only a half day. If there had been an entire day for this meeting, and if the rushed through items had been taken at a time when we had sufficient time and the public had sufficient time to see what was in those agenda items, I think we would have had a much better result today. I don't believe that we have had the public involvement that we should have had regarding items 12, 13 or 14, and I'm hopeful that we will not be in a situation again where we get a highly stacked agenda that cannot be completed with some items pushed ahead. Items 12, 13 and 14 should normally have been well down the list, pushed ahead because it suited some political views. I also recognise that there was a time constraint regarding funding, remuneration funding, but the fact that this has been rushed through is something that I'm quite unhappy with, and I would hope that in future a confirmed agenda will be that.
Would anyone else like to speak? Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
No. Recorded, please.
I declare the motion is carried and the meeting is closed. Thank you, everyone.